Hey there, I'm Eternal, and I'm an Object Show fan that is on a journey to know everything about object shows. Let's play Object Catchup. Hello and welcome into Object Catchup, the series where we discuss object show episodes right after watching them. Whether they're new or old, famous or unknown, it doesn't matter. We will get to it all. Now, for today, we are going over to our oldest request, which at this point nears in on 4 million years old. Yes, it was back when, like, Jesus was alive. But, we have the recommendation, which was to watch the SacriStuff, yes, because Sacri has made a couple of things. The mainline series, I would say, involves 5SOS and its bigger spin-off Bean Show. There is another series, but we won't be watching that. We are going to go over to watch it, but we gotta start, of course, with 5SOS, or 5 Secondly Object Show. Now, as far as I believe, how this goes is it goes seasons 1 to 3 of this, and then, no, wait, so this goes, like, season 1, then it goes, Battle for Grandma, then it goes season 2 and 3, and then it goes, Bean Show. And then it goes season 4. Is that how that goes? I don't know. Don't watch it. But basically, we're gonna put trust, alright, in the All You Need to Know playlist. However, the All You Need to Know playlist does not cover seasons 1 and 2 of 5SOS, which I personally want to know about. So, we're going to go over there and watch those. However, those are extremely rapid fire. Therefore, what are we going to do? We are going to rapid fire through it. So, that is exactly the plan. That is exactly the plan. We're going to start off here with episode 1 of the 5 Secondly Object Show. It's just titled, That's Not My Baby. Go. Okay, that is episode 1. So here we got a rundown of the premise of the 5 Secondly Object Show. The episodes are not 5 seconds. They happen to release every 5 seconds, right? Which is intriguing because, of course, this implies that, well, the entire series has to get made, right? There's no voting. The entire series has to get made in a time frame, at once, so that it can release every 5 seconds. If you think about it, BFDIE could have done that. But yeah, overall, the challenge is to fly. The characters do their levitation tactics, except for the rocket, which ends up getting eliminated. This makes sense. To be fair, the only character with a natural capability to fly loses the capability of doing weird levitation. That makes sense. They're out. Episode 2 is titled Local 59. Go. You know, I was not expecting Local 58 to ever be a thing I have to mention in Catchup, when it's not, because the title has nothing to do with it, so that will remain true for the time being. But anyways, this episode, you gotta flail around. The character proceed to do that by having their assets move back and forth. However, the baby, the Shape World baby, which Shape World's another show that we've not watched, but we know it exists, right? It's like a meme. Anyways, cannot flail around because they are a baby, and therefore they cannot walk, and therefore they do not know how to flail around. Does that make sense? Let's say it does. Let's say it does for the sake of argument. Episode 3, lol. Of course, one of the things about Object Fool inspired shows is that they are Object Fool inspired shows. I don't know, to be honest, why to be honest, there is a part of me that sometimes looks at this and goes like, yo, why was Object Fool like super popular? Because like it's just like, yo, how about this? Let's have every character do the challenge at the same time, and then one of them for no reason doesn't do it, and then it's like, yup. Yep, there we go. Good stuff, good content. Like, you know, it's like, bro. I mean, alright then, Potion didn't breathe. How dare you not breathe, Potion? That's but shameful. Shame on you. Episode 4, today's very special episode, bro. Okay, 5 seconds. Go. Alright, now we get to discover that it is in fact not a good tactic to look at a challenge and go like, no, I do not feel like doing that, sir. And it's like, yeah, I mean, you get what you deserve, right? So Dora has been eliminated because they did not want to help a fallen grandma. This is just such a disgraceful character. Gotta remove them from our society. It's just not good, not possible. Get him out of here, kick him out, send him to Venezuela. And yeah, there we go. That was the very special episode. Episode 5 is titled Battle for drea. Okay, one of the things I do find it funny is like accidental challenges. Sometimes like that's one of the humors that is that these super quick shows can do, is have a challenge that's mostly won on accident. Like with everybody being like, "Oh no, how am I gonna speak while speaking?" It's kind of one of those. Like it's so easy that you do it without thinking about it. So by just going like, "Huh, what? I didn't catch it." Like you did do the challenge, right? Like it's that type of thing where it's like, yeah. That type of humor, it can only be done by these super small shows, right? Because it doesn't really work otherwise. But so yeah, that is a positive. That is a positive. We'll be honest for that. Not sure. These episode names don't make any sense. Episode 6 is titled "Not the Finale." Okay, go. Today's challenge on the menu: beat up Wuggler. Why, nobody really knows, but no. But yeah, the characters proceed to do that to various degrees, including this billboard. What is this billboard promoting? This billboard is promoting the color pink. I mean, it's pretty good, or it might be promoting a piece of steak. It's one of the two. But yeah, and then Melon doesn't do that because that's mean, truly fair enough. But yeah, they get eliminated. Sometimes, the greater good, it's the greater good. But yeah, do you like fusion? And I do like fusion animation, Sacri, from 5 years ago. Okay, episode 7 is titled Insanity. Go. Okay, this episode confirms that I got the order wrong. Oops. Well, no, Battle for Grandma is first. Alright, then that's my bad. Why did I even not? Why was it? Wait, am I like dumb? I'm like hella dumb. Wait a minute. What? What was the thought process? Huh? Oh, it's because of the fuck-ass compilation being from 4 years ago rather than from 5 years ago. So I thought that the 5 years ago would be the 4. Oh, okay. Well, too late. All right, that's the episode. That was great. Climbing ladders and stuff. All right. My apologies. Episode 8. Alright, the challenge is to not, it's to have the best dance and to not die while having a dance. Glasses proceeds to die while having a dance, which means that they die. So yeah, it's not a great moment. I'm surprised that the voting was actually relatively fair in this one, and that we didn't, vote out. The Ember didn't say, "Guys, you win. Your dance is amazing. That way you really put it all out there on the field. You died. That's like all out there." But like, no, we didn't do that gag, which fair enough. And yeah, we're getting closer. Who's gonna win? Is it gonna be the guy or is it gonna be the steak? We're gonna find out. I hope it's the steak. Episode 9 is titled "The Zone." Go. Honestly, that scream at the end was really good. But yeah, Joe challenge tell the funnier joke. Joe Gardner says that they teach middle school band. Billboard says, "Why did the chicken cross the road?" But then they forgot the joke. That's about what I'd expect from a steak billboard. But yeah, we end up having Joe Gardner win. Now, low key, yeah, that is a guy. Was this guy ever a meme? I feel like this guy was like not a meme. Like was it? Is this just the guy from Seoul? Right? Was this guy ever a meme? I don't think so. Like, I remember a similar guy being a meme. That was like the Grubhub ad guy that looks vaguely similar. But like, this guy, being a meme? I feel like this guy's not a meme. I don't know. Man, I must have missed it. I must have been like, I don't like breathing too much oxygen to find the meme at that time. I don't know, but that's kind of interesting. But I don't know what any of these they don't mean anything. Okay. So yeah, alright, well let's fix our sins and go watch Battle for Grandma, which released before all of this. BFG 1 is titled They Call It an Object Show. Go. Okay, that is episode 1 of Battle for Grandma. So, of course, we are dealing here with a jukier object show. However, it's a jukier object show that is quite a bit different to the average jerky object show that we deal with around here, because the average jerky show that we deal with around here is very clearly inspired by something else. This, in the meantime, it doesn't really immediately feel like it has a source. It's just kind of an object show, right? It's just kind of an object show that is intended to be jokey, right? Which means it is more of a trendsetter type than it is anything else in specific, and you can see where the people sort of resonate, because these type of like simpler, jukier to start type shows that eventually try out to get a bit more serious later are always like have these elements that combine it, right? It's like this setting that at the same that like is simple and has like funny characters in it, but it's not stupid, right? Like this isn't a dumb setting, like it's just a white void, right? And the character, like, none of them are directly, like, dumb to the point of no return, right? Like, in general, every character, sure, you can be in this universe, right? Like, there's not, like, for example, oh, this character is a picture of, like, Jack Black, like, something that's entirely out of this world, that doesn't really work, right? So it ends up being still grounded in a universe, and then it also ends up powering through by having, in general, again, fun gags, characters that talk that tend to talk in a bit over-exaggerated fashion, while also acting a little bit over-exaggerated, and therefore causing for quick, rapid-fire gags and character recognition. Like, notification bell, already get it. Blue snowball microphone, already get it. Right? Like, the rubber duckies, already get it. I'm seeing the character dynamics relatively early here. And it's nice because it's just so immediately clear with a lot of them, right? I would say that the most immediate comparison that I can exactly give is probably Anno Simbib. I don't know. It's like, I feel like it takes off the same vibe of like relatively unserious show that ends up gaining a following because of it being fun and unserious, but still being grounded within its own universe, having relatively exaggerated characters, and just like kind of general setting. So I feel like these two apply to similar boats, right? But anyways, what happens in this episode? Grandma hosts an object show for Grandma. No idea what that means. You'll get Grandma in your inventory. And as you do, you will, if you get eliminated, you get disintegrated. So the challenge ends up being to climb a ladder. It's a very tall ladder. The characters proceed to climb it in various ways. There are, even though of course some characters are moving in a jokey fashion, of course Grandma's the main one, right? They're not supposed to look good, that asset. However, despite those details, there are moments here and there where you can really tell that this is a high quality animator that's working on the show. It kind of sneaks through sometime the additional effort that you wouldn't really see, right? Like I would say, especially with Ender Pearl, I feel like a lot of Ender Pearl's movements when climbing the ladder, and also on like a 3D shot of them walking in, end up so not 3D, like a perspective shot of them walking in, ends up being a bit more pro than usual. So yeah, overall it's solid. Everybody ends up climbing the ladder in various ways until the last few people end up being 8-ball, which of course 8-ball, Notification Bell, that's too busy vlogging, and Blue Snowball, that's too busy not having legs, ends up struggling to get up there. Notification Bell decides to climb up by request of 8-ball, and Blue Snowball ends up being like, okay, it's fine, you can go, right? So, and having 8-ball climb up. It's a relatively harsh first elimination, because I will say that it's one of the most, that Blue Snowball is one of the more initially immediately interesting characters. I do like characters based off of a microphone. And in general, it just gives off nice character vibes and immediate sacrifice. But it does but by immediately hitting you with an elimination that already hits you with a damn, that does get you more invested off the bat. So in a way, there is a positive to it. So yeah, that's episode 1. We'll talk a bit more about the show in the next section. Episode 2, Broken Leg, Broken Heart. Go. Okay, so that is episode 2 of Battle for Grandma. So who do we have in this show? We have a fruit ninja who's kind of a ninja character. Of course, the name is the pun on the game. Yeah, they seem to be kind of ninja tactic, just kind of popping in, doing things in a slick way, and then immediately doing the most notable thing after. Like, they do the slick thing and then, like, explode or something. Do that. Then we have Lego. Lego speaks. Says, "Why am I here?" However, the gag with Lego, because usually every character there's like a gag attached, right? So the thing about Lego is that we end up having they say, "Why am I here?" However, despite the fact that they say, "Why am I here?" this doesn't mean that they are saying, "Why am I here?" It's just their language is, "Why am I here?" Right? So that means that it's, kind of how, like, David speaks in da-da-da-da-da, right? But, like, in this case, you speak in Why Am I Here, but actually saying different words, which is interesting. It's not what you usually think of, but then you go like, oh, yeah. So, alright, yeah, that makes sense. Lego ends up being the victim of the episode. And then we have Matches, super respectful Match. Match is very respectful to everybody. They want to hear everybody's words. They want to do it. They're very nice. They're very nice Matches. I like Matches. I'm a big fan. They're very respectful, but also not afraid to try to set a boundary. They're doing good. They're doing good. Then we end up having Ender Pearl, who is kind of like what is Ender Pearl? They're like mildly anxious, mildly shy, but also positive at the same time. You're like an interesting combination of three things. But yeah, then we end up having the challenge. 8-ball had a dream. 8-ball has been currently relatively unable to do challenges very well, very soft emotionally. Which again, surprising considering, it's 8-ball. You'd think it'd actually be the opposite. But yeah, they're kind of doing their thing. Then we have Flash. Flash gets a lot of focus on this episode. So Flash is apparently mean, actually, because they don't seem to care. However, in this episode, they're going like, yo, if I use my advantage that I know a spell that can heal the grandma, because that's the chance, heal the grandma, however the hell that means. So now that I can do that, I can drop it, I can help out, and it'll look really nice, because oh my god, I helped out and stuff. So it's like, yeah, so with this, I can help out, and then we are gaming. Is this true? Maybe, but, yeah, we're gonna need to see. Some people, I don't know, they look pretty fooled. However, it does seem like everybody is capable of understanding Lego, right? Which means that they could hear Lego's rant at the end saying that they're a rude, selfish, and very bad person. To be fair, like, there is an element where it's like debate, alright? If you go around, right, and go like, I'm going to do this because it would be nice, right? If you do that, are you being mean? Like, for real, are you being me? Like, is it bad to go around for the specific purpose of being nice? Right? Like if your goal is, I'm going to be nice. Is that, like, the idea? Like, I don't know. Because, like, if your tactic is to play nice, are you not playing nice by playing nice? Like, just because, yeah, you're nice with the intention of, not getting voted out, that doesn't make you, like, not nice, right? Like, I would argue that that's just fine. Like, to a certain degree. Especially in this situation where at the end of the day, nobody was going to be able to do it anyways, right? So I would say that it was a possible solution. I wouldn't have mind. Like, I wouldn't have immediately doubted them. Like, oh, hey, I got to act nicer, so I'm going to act nice. Like, it makes sense. But either way, doing that, then Flash ends up taking it, healing everybody stingy, except for Lego, who they decide to get out on purpose because Lego's too powerful for this world. This is fair. And Lego has officially gotten eliminated. You may have everybody else fooled, but I know your games. Manipulate, selfish, rude, and moronic contestant. Yeah, those are some evil words, I must admit. But yeah, that is that episode. We gotta kind of cover everything on a slow basis. So those are some contestants. Those are some things. Episode 3 is titled "Notification Bells" in this episode. Yeah, I'd hope so. Go. Okay, that is episode 3 of Battle for Grandma. Now, yeah, I will be honest, I am seeing why this series is definitely the type of series that ends up resonating, because it's just got such a very high, like, memorable interaction per second count. Like, on average, a lot of the interactions here are rather fun, they're rather memorable, the characters are rather solid, and it ends up constructing some dynamics which, at least so far, at least here, right, in this episode, they are very simple. I'll be honest, they are very simple. However, I do feel like it's constructing. I don't feel like we're at the end of it, because we're kind of discovering still. So Grandpa shows up one day, because they felt like it, and Grandma does not like this existence, So they're trying to get him to go away. However, they're trying to get him to go away by getting grass, so you can go eat grass. However, there's no grass here, right? So that's a little bit of a problem. So the challenge to being get grass, because we're in this little white void area. Now, getting grass ends up being a little bit complicated because, it's like, bro, there's no grass here. So they proceed to go use a couple of tactics. The first person to be safe is the Fruit Ninja, which yet again just sort of stumbles upon it. By the way, they form teams. Just sort of stumbles upon it and is safe. Which, fair enough. You've managed to really eke by, because then eventually Mattress, which ended up teaming up with Bean and Ender Pearl. So Bean and Ender Pearl are this duo, right? It seems as if Bean is the mildly more sociable sort of walking alongside Ender Pearl character right now, seems to be like, hey, Ender Pearl, we're fine, understands. Ender Pearl's extremely socially anxious, is here, sort of guide around, be the main one, driving the conversations, and then in general kind of help her out while also doing this. So the dynamic there is looking pretty good. They welcome in Mattress, being like, yo, Mattress is nice, Mattress is chill, Mattress not do anything. So Mattress ends up having a lucky grass jar that they need, of course, to submit for the challenge, which is not great. So how are we gonna do this? We end up submitting the grass jar by splitting it into 3 pieces, and submitting each one, despite the fact that Mattress does not like this. Now, I don't know why they don't just consider the option that you can chop off like an amount of the grass jar. I like hit a chair, don't mind that. That you can hit, like you can do like an amount of the grass jar, but not the entirety, right? Like if you chop off like 5% of the grass jar, you can chop that 5% into, you know, like sets of 1.75%, you know, and then you'd have very little tiny bits of grass, but you can submit it and keep majority of the grass jar intact. That's like 95% of your luck still there, right? So in general, you can do that. I say in general, by the way, in general. So you're still fine, right? So I don't know why they don't do that, to be honest, but it's probably because it'd be less funny if they just had a solution to the problem. So yeah, Matches submits it, gets super sad. Basically, it's just very memorable because like the characters, you know, they just act extreme in the same way that someone like Symbibis, because like the characters again, they just kind of act. You know, like Mattress isn't just submitting it mildly sad. Mattress is going all in. Mattress is submitting it and going like, and then running us away crying, right? Like, we end up having these characters very, very expressive in the way that they act, in the same way where Ender Pearl shy anxiety, right? It's not a subtle thing. It's really out there. Right? Like you can tell immediately, and that makes for a you know, easily memorable thing. Subtle characters are good, but sometimes having a direct character is relatively solid. Notification Bell, A-Ball, and the Duckies end up teaming up together. They drop down below the world by using the skateboard to crash through it, and eventually drop by to some type of landscape. Thankfully, the rubber duckies can fly, and in the meantime, we fetch a piece of grass, and before they end up accidentally joining a show titled Battle for Oven, they end up zooming off back up, and eventually being safe. So this leaves the PB Sandwich and Flash, the two characters which have not one fucking clue where to get grass. Yeah, they're just not doing it, because it's one of those challenges that's just sort of relatively impossible if you don't have it lined up, right? So it ends up being a bit of an issue. And the other characters don't have grass either to help them out until we find out that Mattress does. Mattress held on a little bit of the grass jar, accidentally drops by, I'll never let you go, oh no! And then somehow, again, like, there's a suspension of disbelief that needs to go, okay, you dropped your piece of the grass jar on the floor, pick it up, it did not, it's not Thor's hammer. You can grab it, but then nope, they're gonna be going no until Flash goes, I'm gonna grab it, la dee da dee da. So yeah, the relationship between Matches and Flash, if it wasn't already broken before from the fact that Matches could speak Legonese and therefore heard Lego's words on Flash, it's now destroyed. There is no connection. These two will be battling to the death soon. So yeah. We end up having, for the third episode in a row, Grandma's gag of going wow, and then something just disappears. So yeah, and overall, it's a nice episode, and I think it's an episode that, you know, it really settles in these characters, right? Well, yeah, it really settles in these characters and their vibes. Like, I would say it's relatively solid. Thing that I enjoy, the ending, actually. I really like the mood setter of those outros of being like, oh, okay, you can go do something else. I think that's funny. And also having a full cast lineup about who is left at the end is such a good idea. Can y'all do that? Yo, shows, can you just like have a picture of the remaining cast at the end of your episode? That's like good. I could just look at it and go like, yup, this who's left. It's so good. That is amazing. But alright, let's see, episode 4, that one episode with that joke that made me laugh a little bit. Let's see which one it is. Go. Okay, that is episode 4 of Battle for Grandma. It's the next day. Yes, I know already. Don't question it. So we have ourselves an episode. Now, I know that I've been constantly saying throughout the first batch of episodes of Battle for Grandma that it's very exaggerated. Right? It's very exaggerated, but I do feel, and it might just be a cause of the day, I don't know, but it does give me vibes of it being the most exaggerated it's ever been in this episode. The characters just act super exaggerated, you know, from, like, Fruit Ninja, Rubber Ducky, Ender Pearl, they're just acting in like a bolster, even Mattress, right? They're just acting at a super version of themselves, you know? Like, it really feels like the ante is upped for them, you know? Like, Ender Pearl or Mattress, they can't just be mildly anxious. They have to be sad. They have to be crying, you know, like that type of low. Which is intriguing. And again, it just makes for like a funny watch, you know? Like, at the end of the day, one of the classic details of object shows that make it big, a lot of the time, object shows that make it big, they have one thing in common. The characters are goofy. You want to watch the characters because they are silly, they are fun, right? And I do feel that this is giving off a lot of those same vibes, right? Because it's doing what it's doing, you know, the care. Like, you want to watch it because it's funny when notification bell gets a Discord notification and has to stop with the phone, right? Is that the joke that made them laugh a little bit? Probably. There's a few contenders. There's a lot of jokes in this episode, but I do like that joke a lot. In terms of animation, it does feel like it's mildly stepping up. Sometimes it's inconsistent. Animation is extremely inconsistent in this show. It just like kind of whether it feels like it. It'll do a 3D shot if it feels like it. It'll do regular mouth animation sometimes, and then sometimes it'll do kind of like that BFB-esque like mouth animation. Which like I don't really know how to describe it, because like, you know, I would say BFBS, but then, like, I can't say BFBS because like it's Sacri, the BFB anime. So like in general, I don't really know, but the premise of this episode is that we end up having ourselves a challenge, which is to get to the main island. Only one person wins. Everybody else is up for elimination. Yes, because there is viewer voting for this episode in particular. Flash, they end up struggling because apparently swimming, they don't know how to swim in the water, or well, in whatever the water's replacement is, you know, in the white void of doom. We end up having, themselves do it. Notification bell tries to use Google. That's cheating. I'm gonna destroy your phone through malware. That's a joke I liked. That joke made me laugh a little bit. So I would say that's a contender. You know, these are the real questions. Who cares about the episode? We're out here to try to find out what was the joke that got the title. But I guess the titles have never been wrong, right? Like, Notification Bell was in the last episode, and that was the title. So yeah, a couple of people try to float across. This does not work. Nope. Rubber Duck cannot work. Ender Pearl ends up just being constantly scared of them. I will be honest, I obviously have to ask, does Ender Pearl function like an Ender Pearl? If you throw Ender Pearl, will you end up there as well? Like, well, I'm curious. I'm curious. But I don't know, because if you throw an Ender Pearl breaks, right? So I guess it's like a sacrifice. Anyway, we end up having Flash, we end up going, well, gotta win, have to win. So we end up using the tactics from the whale book. We end up having the gag of taking the whale and using the mouth as a replacement, because of course the whale, you know, like, it has the hump. I don't really know how to describe it, but yeah, you can like shoot up through the nozzle. So Flash ends up replacing with the mouth, and it somehow works. You know what? Flash is very good at being a whale. Well, to be honest, I didn't realize until the voting screen showed up that only one person was safe. I thought like 2 or 3, you know, I thought like 3 people were going to be safe or something, right? And I'm going to be honest, I thought this episode was going to do the classic gag of like, hey, look, I revived the character on this island, so they're safe now. But no, we didn't do that. Just everybody's up for Elam. No, A-Ball. A-Ball's got to go. I think, because for as much as 8-Ball being in every show is a meme, it's also directly at odds with viewer voting, because viewer voting likes original characters and doesn't really like characters from other things. Plus, 8-Ball is just generally probably the most uninteresting character in this cast, so I would argue... maybe Bean. I don't know. But Bean just hasn't been much. But yeah, 8-Ball's kind of not that interesting. So I would probably say that 8-Ball's going to go. But we're going to need to see. But yeah. Alright. We're back into the groove of things in this fine morning. Episode 5 is titled Leg Day. Here we go. Okay, that is episode 5 of BFG, and yep, that's a good episode. I like it. It's fun, man. Like, there's on it, like, with Battle for Ground, there's really not much to say about it, you know? Like, however, it's what I said yesterday. It just has such a high degree of memorable jokes, you know, because of the way the characters act. It's like, yes, I understand why this is, like, you know, a thing that's popular. Of course, you know, this show is not even, like, of course, the main show that we're here to watch, but, like, in general, it's still, you know, the foundation where, like, people were never into this, anything else would have never happened, right? So people would still needed to like this quite a bit for it to really, you know, move in that aspect. But either way, we end up starting off with the voting with a renewed intro. Yes, we did have a mildly renewed intro in the other episode, as in the music changed, but in this episode we end up having ourselves an intro that moves now from right to left, which I'm not gonna lie, might just be the most illegal thing I've ever seen. That just cannot be allowed. That just can't exist, you know. A couple of characters, I believe, have gotten mild redesigns, right? I think Mattress is a bit more like, the design is a bit more defined. Ender Pearls is a bit more shaded as well. And I think it's just those two. But then we end up having ourselves the elimination, where we end up having ourselves the grandma. Apparently you were allowed to vote multiple times, which meant that there were how many votes? 399,762. What the fuck is that number? Has BFDI ever gotten this many votes? I don't know. That is that's an enormous. I think they did. Do they? I don't know I don't even remember what the average BFDI vote count is. But like that is insane. That is so many votes. At least back in the day, I don't know if they got that many votes. 399. We were really spamming votes out here. That's crazy. But then we end up having the eliminated contestants be Mattress, who ended up getting eliminated with a bit more votes than 8-Ball. The Mattress haters were more defined than 8-Ball haters, because, you know, it's one of those things, like, why would you hate 8-Ball? You know, they kind of, like, that's the thing about 8-Ball. 8-Ball gets voted out because they're not interested. Nobody dislikes 8-Ball. Like, who cares about 8-Ball, right? That's, like, the joke. It's because nobody cares, so, you know, they're kind of voting. So, yeah, then they're getting disintegrated. Then we end up having ourselves the challenges. Dude, Flash, you're really asking for it. Flash is like, oh no, I'm good. I don't want to get disintegrated, so let's continue to say to Grandma directly that the challenges suck, and then keep winning them, because Flash is the only person here with any type of ability, right? Because everybody else here is like just wins by tumbling over themselves and making it to a finish, you know, like it's just... Yeah, then they're sending them to the incinerator. The policemen arrive and then send them to the elimination. But yeah, Fruit Ninja. Gonna be honest, right now, Fruit Ninja might be my favorite character in the show. Fruit Ninja is so unbelievably dumb that it's a very charming character to watch, right? Like the jokes, they're so dumb. Like Fruit Ninja says the concept of the challenge, and then like the grandpa says it, and then why didn't I think of that? It's such a simple guy, but it's so good. Or like just every time that the ninja does anything, they go like ninja and then explode. Like it's like I like Fruit Ninja. Okay, I don't know. I don't know if other people like Fruit Ninja, but I like Fruit Ninja. Okay, I appreciate this character. They steal the wing, they just explode. But yeah, eventually we end up having the discovery that their legs are apparently too weak, Rubber Ducky, because they're too used to using their wings to walk, which is a problem. Flash ends up having the idea of utilizing the Ender Pearl to get there. So yes, if you throw the Ender Pearl does in fact die. That is indeed how that works. So Flash ends up using that characteristic to get them out, and they do indeed do it. You can tell that Flash is evil and not good because their teeth are spiky. You can tell. There's a nefarious intent when there's the teeth spiky. But yeah, I know everything. I'm an omnipresent being, so I've been trying to remember the password to MySpace. Yes, let's go. Twice there's the gag of just character rolls over to the right and then makes it with both Bean and 8-Ball do this, so that's fair enough. Then, yeah, we end up being the water. Notification Bell ends up hacking and accidentally hacks onto Grandma. So now they're like, that Notification Bell and Grandma are the same character for a bit. No, don't really know how that's gonna work, to be honest. That's gonna be interesting. I'm curious if that's gonna, like, transition to the next episode. I probably will. I'm feeling Notification Bell might get out because of that. In the next episode, Fruit Ninja makes it. Bean ends up walking. Bean is, I don't. Oh yeah, the long fanfare, dude. The celebration. I don't know, man. Like Bean is interesting because they are currently uninteresting, right? Because then you see, this is why I'm confused. Like, because knowing about the existence of Bean's show, right? I'm looking at it and it's like, hold on, isn't Bean like the least interesting character here, right? Like, think about it. They're like the least. They've got the least definedness to them right now in this series, which is very intriguing. Yeah, eventually, they end up the rubber duckies end up getting plot armor and get really long legs, bot style, and then they proceed to make it, which means that Ender Pearl gets eliminated. Not like they were ever gonna win, so there really wasn't much about it. So Ender Pearl has been eliminated. Goodbye. Unfortunately, you had a good run until somebody used you. So yeah, yeah, that's the life of certain objects. Certain objects are just not good objects to be a person for obvious reasons and their fragility. And there we go. That's a perfect example of that. Then the episode ends. If you're curious, my winner prediction is what the hell is my winner prediction? My winner prediction might be Bean. I don't know. Because, like, the thing about it is usually the winners of these shows end up being not the most extreme. But again, everybody here is so extreme, Like, everybody's so stupid in the show. Again, that's the charming thing about it. But, like, if you look at every character, Flash, really dumb. Fruit Ninja, really dumb. Notification Bell, hilariously dumb. Rubber Ducky's dumb as hell. 8-Ball, dumb as hell. Right? Bean is the only one that stands out is not dumb as hell immediately. Right? So, maybe they win. Maybe that's why there's a Bean show. Is that why? Is that the idea? It's like Bean? Okay. I mean, that's the theory that I'm going to be going with for now. So I'm saying Bean is winner prediction. But alright, episode 6 is titled Angry Birds Space. Okay, these titles. Alright, let's go. But yeah, I'm enjoying this series a lot. Episode 6, Angry Birds Space. Go. Okay, that is episode 6 of Battle for Grandma. So, Angry Bird Space, is that a correct title? I mean, they go to space. I'm not sure if there's birds or if they're angry, but that we're going there. But yeah, we continue to have Ninja just be the greatest character. I'm not Fruit Ninja. Love for Ninja. Fruit Ninja's great. They're just so like absent-mindedly not there at ever. You know, they're just not ever present at any moment, and that makes it like really funny in this specific show, you know, because this type of humor is really vibing with it. You know, these types of characters, they're not exactly characters that are really, they're like, they don't always work for me, but in this one scenario really does, because again the humor just gets elevated because it's timed well. So yeah, it ends up being relatively nice. So, this episode still revolves majorly around Flash, which ends up having the main topic of Flash trying to act extra nice because today's challenge is a contestant vote. Yes, so that means that Flash either needs to win the challenge or to be extra nice. That way they don't get out. Now, that is interesting. However, Flash is not amazing at being nice. I don't think they understand the concept of being nice, which is, I would be honest that it is kind of surprising, because I do think that Flash managed to fake the niceness relatively well in a bunch of the previous episodes. Like, I gotta admit, like, Flash was managing to pull it off in like the grandma one. Like, of course it was a bit awkward, but in general it was very like, all right, you know, like I could have believed it, you know, like I would not have been like too surprised by it. Which means that in this episode, when Flash is just kind of being dumb and going up to people being like, yo, Abel, you're so cool. Yeah, it's like, yes, but like the thing that's different is that in this scenario, you're just randomly saying a compliment for no reason, and that makes you look like you're trying to gain niceness points, right? When like instead you have to wait for the moment, right? That's kind of the thing about niceness, right? You can only really achieve niceness in like a good moment. Don't worry about that. I tripped. Don't mind that. We take hurdles, we overcome them, or we trip on them. But you know, we take those. Anyways. Yeah, so like, yeah, the thing about niceness is that you gotta kind of take it by opportunity, right? Like, you can act nice at a moment where that's needed, but you can't like invent niceness points, you know? Like, it's not a good scenario, right? Because otherwise you look weird. Like, for example, if you go up to somebody and randomly gift them something, right? It's like, okay, well, it's nice, but like, you know, it's a bit weird to randomly do, right? So it ends up eventually turning a little bit skeptical, because like, well, why would you do that, right? So yeah, that's kind of the problem that Flash is facing around this episode. The challenge ends up being to go to the moon, by the way. Yeah. So, as we end up doing that, we end up having a notification bell manage to make it, because they end up turning on super speed, right, with the grandma, because they were trying to get to Bean, because Bean apparently had a ladder, and because of that, they end up doing that. However, Grandma's super speed is way too super, and ends up flying out of this world into the real world, and then into the actual moon, which means that by making it past the actual moon, we end up having notification bell win, despite the fact that they are still, in fact, stuck within the grandma. So that, you know, we'll see if that's a problem that's gonna get fixed in due time. But yeah, the contestant vote ends up having Flash get eliminated. The thing about Flash getting eliminated is, like, I do think that Flash wasn't in a terrible situation, right? It wasn't in a bad situation. However, it was just not, there wasn't anybody else, you know? Whereas, I do think that on average, if there was a worse threat, then Flash would have been fine, right? Because, at least they're trying to add that, you know? But the absence of any, like, other really mean character, or, you know, means that there just wasn't anybody to really vote for, and then that means that we end up having everybody vote for Flash, which they would do anyway. So regardless of if Flash is trying to act extra nice, it is like that. It's one of those complicated situations, because, yeah, Flash had kind of no way of survival. Oh yeah, really didn't have any way of survival in this episode, because it's like, yeah, I mean, if you act your normal self, you'll get eliminated for being mean, but if you act nice, you're faking your niceness and you get eliminated for faking it, right? So it's like, well, what's the solution? Well, the solution is to not be mean. If your default mode is just being extremely mean, every time someone says a thing, it's like, well, that's stupid, I don't like that, you're stupid, you know, and it's like, yes, you'll get eliminated. Like, that is correct. That is the correct assessment. You know, you can't feel bad for the extremely mean character if being extremely mean happens to also get you eliminated. Like, that's just like a no shit. You know, no shit Sherlock, right? So, yeah, 8Ball's the main one who notices this, being like, no, yeah, that's definitely fake. Tells the other people, because, I mean, like, there wasn't. These people, like, they were all good. They were somehow going to end up voting, like, notification bell. Like, they're no way. They're somehow going to vote notification bell, even though they're safe, right? Like, these people are not, they're not gaming. Their brain cell amount is less than 8. But yeah, they end up doing that. Their situation, the Lego need. I will admit, by the way, Fruit Ninja, where did the wings go? Because, like, Fruit Ninja had the wings from the last challenge, and they managed to fly down with them. So, like, where did the wings go? Because I was thinking that Fruit Ninja would have maybe been able to win the challenge by using them again. Right? Like, that's what I was thinking. Because, like, hey, you can fly over to the moon. But, like, I don't know. Those wings are just, like, not present anymore. I wonder what the hell happened to them. But, yeah, Flash ends up getting officially eliminated. It is officially time for you to go. You gave it a good attempt, I will say. Very, very solid challenges. I'm also surprised that Flash didn't try the challenge as much as they did. Right? Flash was really focused on surviving the contestant vote, when realistically, considering they won the last 2 challenges, they should have just tried to aim for a challenge win. You know, like, they should have just tried to win the challenge. They have the Book of Spells. It's always worked. Teleportation probably is a thing in the Book of Spells, right? So they should have really just went for it, but they didn't. They did it, and you know, it cost her. So yeah, that's why. Don't be like that, kids. All right, episode 7 is titled "Suck It Up, Buttercup." Go. Alright, that is episode 7 of BFG. Now, yeah, it is officially over for Fruit Ninja believers. After this episode ends up having the eliminated contestants come back after everybody asked very nicely. So they end up coming back, getting undisintegrated for just this challenge after, you know, the grandma was like, fine, I can revive people if I need to, right? Because they did that to notification bell, so that way they stopped just being constantly a part of grandma, so that is fair. But yeah, they end up coming back, and they end up sitting there to watch the challenge and then eventually vote on the challenge. Except for Flash. Flash doesn't come back, which is, I mean, I'm sure. But yeah, Flash doesn't come back. And yeah, I'm starting to get really fond of this intro, by the way. This intro, like, it's a nice intro. It includes, like, nearly every relevant detail about the show from, like, when it was there. You know, like, includes, like, the underdimension, the fade out being the red, right, that, like, grandma does when disappointed in the first batch of episode, right? Like, it's all nice. I actually like those quite a bit, but we're having the challenge be stop a black hole. Yes, there's a black hole that is doing black hole things, and they are currently on the road to destroying the universe. Stop them. Now, this ends up being a bit of a complicated situation, of course, because, you know, like, how do you do that? How do you stop a black hole? Well, we end up not really knowing how to do that. We end up having some fellas give it a go. You know, Fruit Ninja tries to throw a bunch of people in it, and then it'll get full with the wings. By the way, there is nah, bro. I mean, it wouldn't have mattered for this challenge, but I'm telling you, bro, like, I don't know why the hell they didn't win the Moon Challenge. I don't know why they did not win the Moon Challenge. Why didn't you fly up there? I mean, look, you have, like, 2 brain cells, but, like, you could use them. Like, come on now, Fruit Ninja. You kind of threw in the last challenge, but that way it doesn't matter. In this challenge, that didn't work. Notification bell tries to tell it to go away very nicely for the YouTube video. It doesn't work. Nope. That, black holes are not known for the sense of hearing. And then we end up having eventually Rubber Ducky doing trying anything. Bean ends up calling the Black Hole Exterminator. Now, the Black Hole Exterminator is apparently an old friend of his, and this fella, which, I mean, look, I don't know what happens to Bean, but, like, all I know is that, I don't know, like, this call is giving me vibes, maybe Bean has some connections, maybe the connections will lead to something, and Bean Show happen. How does Bean Show happen? That's like the one thing I have no idea. How does Bean Show happen? Like, what? I'm watching this and it's a good series, but how does how does the Bean Show? It's kind of interesting. But anyway, the Black Hole Exterminator ends up being I'm like a white hole. This is much better. So yeah, the Black Hole proceeds to leave, and then the grandma ends up getting them. We end up having the eliminated contestants vote, and they decide to vote for Fruit Ninja. Now, we'll be honest, they vote for Fruit Ninja majority because they think he's hungry. That is actually a terrible reason, and they shouldn't have voted for Fruit Ninja. God damn it. You see, look, no, I'm not saying that it's not a good idea that, like, they can be hungry, so we vote Fruit Ninja. But it's just like, you gotta think about it one step ahead, right? Like, you need to think about this one step ahead of the game, right? Where it's like, well, if these people are hungry, and there's a Fruit Ninja right there. There's like a fruit, you can eat it, right? Then it's like, by voting out Fruit Ninja, they will then get disintegrated and therefore turn into they would not be there anymore. Which means that the food that was there that you wanted to eat is now no longer there. So if you were hungry and wanted to eat Fruit Ninja, you would need Fruit Ninja there, because you wouldn't do that. So you wouldn't actually vote out Fruit Ninja. You just go over there and eat them. If that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do, right? So it's like them voting it out is counterintuitive, So that's kind of rough. The only one that's fair is Blue Snowball. Ends up being, I don't like people with the same voice as me. Sure, okay, I guess. That's fair. Nobody else gets a reason. It's that Ender Pro, which at the end of the day ends up voting Rubber Ducky. For no reason at all. But yeah, we end up having what is a very intriguing line there at the end. You win some, you lose some, and then Bean say, "Wow, I thought you were gonna be scared." It's like, I am. Please, Bean, help me. I'm scared. That's a line. Yeah, I think those are interesting lines, because it does sometimes like, even though in general it's a comedy series, right? In general, I do think that one of the things which a lot of the time these series, they always do want to try to like give a little bit of like a peek into, is like that mental aspect of it, right? Like that mental aspect of being literally, of truly being scared, right? Because it's a scary situation that you send yourself in when you're in an object show, right? Because if you get eliminated in this show, you are gone for good, like you are dead. And that's true for a lot of shows, or a lot of object shows. If you get eliminated, you're just gone. Like, you either get put in a box, you die, anything happens, you're just not a part of society anymore, right? Which means that, like, it's a high stakes bullshit, like, it's high stakes shit, dude. So it ends up that it's always an interesting thing to look into. So I think even just the fact that it is this one-liner, there is just the one-liner. It's not a relevant liner. However, this singular one-liner, it does really, really help, because it does it puts into perspective that it's like, yeah, look, this is not a show that's going to delve into it, but just so you know, yes, this is a relatively disturbing scenario that these characters are in, and they would be scared, in theory, about it, regardless of how happy-go-lucky they tend to be, right? So, it's very intriguing. Oh, the eliminated contestants end up getting disintegrated in a pen to never return. Okay? No returning. So, alright, I mean, like, you know, no more Fruit Ninja, boys. It's so over. It's so over, gamers. But, yeah. That is episode 7. There's a few more to go. It's going to episode 8, which is titled Doors Galore. Haha. Go. Okay, that is episode 8 of BFG. Okay, you know, now that I'm thinking about it, right? Bean's gotta win this show, right? Because, like, the existence of Bean show implies the existence of Bean, which therefore implies Bean did not get disintegrated, right? Right, that's kind of like, that's like the theory, that's like the leading theory, right? So, that's my presumption, right? Like, Bean's gotta win the show, because Bean needs to still exist, right? Like, there's gotta be. Now, you might be wondering, okay, well, hold on, Eternal the Second, sir, why are we talking about Bean show? Well, it's because, you know, I think that it does arrive as an interesting plot point, right? When somebody new is watching a series like this, right, they might know of certain things, right? Right? Like, it's one of those situations where, for example, you know, a lot of the time, a new person watching BFDI or whatever, they know about something or another, right? So then it kind of becomes, like, I've seen certain people, right, they're like, oh, you should watch T, but then, like, it's a new person that's like, so then you gotta watch BFDI original, and then, you know, it's like, it's a bit of a mean question, but it's like, yo, when does 4 arrive, right? So it's like, those are real interesting things, and from somebody watching from, like, a completely new perspective on it, it is interesting. So, like, it is a genuine thing, as me, who's like, yo, we gotta watch Bean show, right? Then it's like, okay, to watch a Bean show, I gotta watch the prequel, which is Battle for Grandma, and then I'm seeing that the characters are getting disintegrated, never to appear again after Battle for Grandma. You see, like, it's just the thought process that it's just genuinely going on in my head. It's like, okay, if I'm watching Bean, if Bean show is supposed to exist, then this show Bean has to win, right? Like, that's, like, the show, like, the other show is a spoiler to this show, surely, right? I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I'll be very surprised if I'm wrong, like, just very, very surprised, because it's that, yeah, I mean, it's at this point, yeah, I 100% believe it. But either way, we end up having ourselves the challenge is based on 8Ball's dream from a couple episodes ago. The challenge is to open doors. The intro, I'm getting very fond of this intro. Yeah, but anyways, we end up having the challenge: open a door, and then answer a riddle and open a door. The riddles are for Grandpa, the only other person that's around, I guess. Grandpa's riddles end up being of various degrees of difficulty, and by that I mean, like, they're 4 degrees of very easy. They go from very, very, very easy. Just how many varies are right there before. However, you have to remember the average brain cell count of a Battle for Grandma contestant is negative, which means that they answering a riddle is actually a very complicated task. So, yeah, especially for rubber duckies, which ends up apparently knowing nothing about the other contestant. They don't know what a sandwich is, and they don't know what bread is, and then they don't know what a contestant is, and then they just don't know. They're like, they really don't know, man. Like, that's it's unbelievable. The characters in the show, they're iconically dumb. They're iconically really dumb, and I think that's kind of, like, very interesting. Anyway, notification bell manages to just do it, which is solid. I like how it's always notification bells, like, the favorite. Whenever there's, like, the front-facing 3D shot, it's always notification bell. Like, historically. It's probably just a meme, right? It's like, oh, notification bell gets the 3D shots, but like, it's always notification bell, man. Like, it's just a part of the design. So yeah, they end up being safe. A-Ball needs to do it. However, the riddle is what's your favorite number? A-Ball doesn't have one, which is a bit of an issue. So yeah, they end up needing to fetch a new riddle. We end up having Bean ask for a riddle. The riddle ends up being Grandpa. That's pretty easy. And A-Ball successfully manages to get through the riddle, but then struggles to open the door. Now, they don't actually remember the dream. Remember, the dream is that they got somebody else to open it for them. However, they managed to reverse engineer the dream. They managed to reverse engineer the dream by asking Bean, hey, can you open the door for me? Bean's like, is that allowed? Ask Grandma, then ask Rubber Duck. Right, it does a circle. The host ends up asking a contestant. But why did Grandma ask Rubber Duck? What? Is it what? I mean, why would you do that? Hold on, is that to like verify? What are the rules we're two playing here in the last two? But yeah, Rubber Ducky has to ask a notification bell, so you do know the existence of another contestant. The notification bell goes like, ask A-Ball, and then A-Ball ends up saying yes. So then Bean ends up opening it for A-Ball, and then A-Ball's safer. Rubber Ducky goes away, and then we made it to our final three where A-Ball exists. Yeah, I mean, A-Ball ends up doing pretty alright. I will admit that A-Ball's nonchalantness, right, to how A-Ball operates, ends up that I will say that in this exact type of situation, right, where it's like it's a purely challenge-based show with like barely any viewer voting, barely anything else, right, I do think that A-Balls can survive, right? I think that A-Ball is just that type of character that's not really rooted into a like viewer voting system, because they just get out, right? Like, they just get out. However, they can stick around for quite a bit in a non-viewer based show. Like, I think, like, for example, if you put A-Ball in BFDIE, I think that bro would do fine. You know, I think that bro would make it a good portion of the way. Like, I mean, maybe not BFDIE, could BFDIE so physical, but like another like type like that type of thing. You know, like it would work, you know, so it would be rather interesting. But yeah, Bean's totally gonna win. If Bean doesn't win, I'm gonna be shook. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be majorly shook. Episode 9, the finale. It's titled, they call it a finale. Indeed I do. Go! Huh. Okay, so I guess I don't really know much of any. So, yeah, no, I am very surprised. I said that. I said it. I said it 100%. I would be very surprised if, Bean did not win this finale. And you know what? Bean did not win this finale. I am very surprised at the fact that Bean did not win. Yes, I'm very surprised by this detail. Indeed. So we have ourselves a relatively intriguing finale here, where the challenge ends up being to escape the core of the Earth. So the challenge ends up being to escape the core of the Earth, because the core of the Earth is rising lava now, so until the floor is eventually lava. They end up all piling up onto Grandpa to rise up out of it. And Bean, however, does not manage to make it. That show that was set below the ground ends up friggin' dying, so unfortunate for them. Then Bean ends up climbing to a tree, but then dying. Bye-bye, Bean. And then Notification Bell and A-Ball end up having one final epic battle. Or not really. They don't really want to battle, but they end up battling anyway. They end up battling because Grandma forces them to. A-Ball pushes Notification Bell down into the lava, and then the notification gets officially read, which means that Bell comes back as an evil individual. You can tell because their teeth is spiky. Yeah, that means that the notification ends up melting, but not them because they're made out of nickel, and you can't do it. So, they end up apparently being a super unstoppable force, and they fought with Grandma a lot until Grandma won, and then implanted a notification onto it to make them only think about social media. But now they're free from this torment, and they will go destroy the world or whatever. Which is, yeah. However, they don't actually do that for very long because they proceed to dip and then immediately crash into a plane and then drop down and then die, I guess. I don't know. Look. It's a joke. I would have, I personally would have enjoyed if we entertained the idea a bit more, but yeah, okay, they just died. All right then. So yeah, notification bell is gone, and 8-Ball ends up winning the show. So, what do you think about this finale? It's a relatively fast finale, of course, because of the nature of the show, and it's an enjoyable one. It has a good amount of the kind of like twists. I like the notification bell twist for as much as it ends immediately. It is relatively enjoyable to see, a bit of a like characterization going on, a little bit more of an in-depth look at a character rather than just character being stupid, right? So I do like that quite a bit. And 8-Ball winning, do we think that 8-Ball represents a battle for grandma the most? No, not really. Who does though? Because I don't think any of that final three really represents it the best. In a dumb way, maybe Rubber Ducky did. Maybe Rubber Ducky represented the show the best, right? Because it was kind of like character that has a bit of a gimmick, is really dumb, but has very over-the-top voice acting, does challenges in a very over-the-top way. Right, like it's kind of, I think it's the character that fits the most ideals of the show. Again, I always like to say that a winner of a show should represent, should like, be a nice encapsulation of it. I think that it's a nice thing. 8-Ball, not really. 8-Ball did fit some of those things, but 8-Ball kind of felt like the type of character like, hey, it's a cool detail that 8-Ball can survive in this show, but can 8-Ball win in this show? I think that's a bit exaggerated. But yes, 8-Ball is the champion. There we found out 8-Ball can win an object show. It's true. It's possible. It's unbelievable. It's actually true. They managed to squeak by the one viewer voting because the viewer voting was freaking not people. Right? It was you could vote multiple times. We mean that you ended up getting the match haters out. So because otherwise 8-Ball 100% gets out in that elimination. There's no way. 8-Ball totally gets out in that elimination if it wasn't for the multiple voting. So, in general, yeah, that's an intriguing thing. But now it's like, dude, how? I mean, I guess it's like we know of the fact that there is that 5 second the object show, right? And the 5 second the object show is after Battle for Grandma, and I watched it before, right? So just because it's after Battle for Grandma, I guess, so that means that like Grandma is doing more seasons, even though we say that we're not doing more seasons. So maybe because of that, we're like, we like retract it, and then we're like, oh fine, I'll bring them back. Then we bring it back and Bean does the thing. I'm really trying to wrap my head around it. I'm really trying to come up with like a theory in my head. I don't know. I don't really know. I will kind of have to just wait. I'm going to kind of have to just see. Because I don't know, man. Knowledge not here. That's my presumption. That's my current prediction, though. I guess that 5 second the audio show happens, right? Then that means that Grandma's okay with bringing them back 5 second the audio show. So that means that they're back, right? Because the character in 5 second the audio show doesn't really get disintegrated. So that means that they're chilling when they get brought back, and then therefore Bean's one of them, and then they'll be fine. So Bean might compete in a 5 second the audio show season. I don't know. We're gonna need to see. Because next up in the lineup, another show that we're not really supposed to watch, but we will, is the 5 Second Object Show Season 2, which has a couple of episodes. Again, released every 5 seconds. This around 3 years ago, with the first episode released in January 2023. So we're going to go watch that. Going on here, the episode 1 is titled The Creation of a Character. Go. Bro, does this even qualify as an episode? Nothing. What is the introduction? It's just the characters say words. Okay, so the characters do come back. Grandma decided, fine, I'll bring them back. They bring back the favorites, so Blue Snowball, Bean, Rubber Ducky, and Lego. Lego doesn't speak Legonese now, I get. Do you speak Legonese? Because the idea was that you say, why am I here? And it was a part of it. But now everybody started being like, what? Learn some new words. And then you said, why is she here? So then that's different. So now do you speak Legonese? Did you retract that? I'm presuming what's going on here is we want Lego to be a useful character in the future, but we don't like the gag of saying, why am I here anymore? So my presumption is that you're just going, let's get the characters to fucking bully Lego out of it. Then, in the meantime, we end up having the new contestants, which end up being great, because they're all just saying one word. It's amazing cast of characters. Letter B, high, and then fucking rock. Yeah, great stuff, right? Truly elite characters that we've got. I must admit, but Bean's back. So Bean is back. So you are alive. You are capable of being alive after Battle for Grandma. So I'm seeing what's going on. But like, what in the world? But yeah, that's interesting. 8-Ball's playing with the flowers. 8-Ball continues to be as dumb as they were before. Dude. I must admit, I'm not convinced. I must admit I am not convinced by this all-star lineup, but hey, 5 seconds from now there's a new episode and it's coming. Do not talk to the grandma. Go. What is I was gonna say, what's going on? This is so random, guys, but I don't. Nothing is going on in this. This is a myth. This is words and things that are happening. Dissect the atomic mass of a quadrilateral. No, gets eliminated, but only Rubber gets eliminated, not Ducky, who stays there. And then Marker says a thing, and then Plastic Cup says a thing and gets a strawberry sticker, and then the Letter Towel says a thing, and then look, words are great. I do like saying words, but I will admit that 5 Second Live Show Season 1, it did kind of have like some sense making, and I don't know about this. I'm not sure about the sense-making aspect of this, Like, you could say, oh, no, it's not supposed to make sense. Okay, yeah, but, like, then what is it? It's just funny because the character randomly shows up and says hi? Like, what's going on? And I need to challenge it on his thought process a little bit because I don't know if I'm, like, convinced here. But, okay, we'll trust it. Episode 3, Way Haley. Okay, that one's fine. This one's fine. We end up having ourselves the challenge being to sing and dance and have a good time. So the character proceed to sing. Of course, Plastic Cup and Marker, the ominous, joyful duo, end up being together. Then Ducky also does it. Blue Snowball sings. Ends up making it. Then the roll of toilet paper wants to sing about the letter B. However, they disallow themselves to do it because they like it too much. Bean's happy and sings. And then Lego proceeds to randomly sing the song in English. What song was it? Oh, now 7 years old. Who sings that? I have no idea. But yeah, they end up singing it. To be fair, right, okay, here's the deal. I do actually like this because it is a fun fact. It's actually very true, It's possible that just because Lego has only ever spoken Legonese, you can sing songs. In another language, like sometimes purely phonetically, but you may not know what any of the words means, you may not know it, but like if you just hear a song a lot, and you're just really into the song, and it really earworms, right? The power of the earworm can get you to really just remember words. So it's interesting, and it's true that you can remember songs in other languages that you've not spoken, even though you've not just purely by kind of phoneticizing them. So it is possible for Lego to actually do that. Now, why is Lego being currently entirely discouraged to speak Legonese. I have no fucking idea. I don't know. That's like not that cool. That's like nah, not really. I don't know. I'm not too into that. But like other than that, I think that to be fair, at least with the arc learn languages, I do think it's cool that they can sing. Episode 4, you didn't do the thing. Go. Okay, double elimination in this episode. So the first time Plastic Cup ends up getting eliminated, being like, hey, do you like me? And then they get eliminated. You know what? Valid. Valid. That will be on. There's something, I don't know. There's something fishy about you. There's something fishy about Marker. I don't know what it is with Marker. Marker, you sound like GLaDOS. You sound like GLaDOS trying to act like nice. I don't. It's like weird, you know. Like I just I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, you end up being a bit weird. I am speaking true facts that only geniuses like Albert Einstein would understand. Like what? And then everybody needs to jump. Everybody jumps except for the friggin' Ducky, because they can't jump, and then they get eliminated. These thumbnails are really good, by the way. Episode 5. This is the argument episode. Ooh, go. Okay, that is episode 5 of the 5 SOS2. So, yeah, it's an intriguing episode. I do like the argument that ends up being here. You know, Battle for Grandma being the classic. I could call it the host battle program. Like Grandma being the classic, you know, little host that just kind of ignores, it's completely dismissive of whatever the hell anybody's saying. But then, you know, still having the character coming in with the rant, your challenges. So, I will be honest, you know, the joke object shows have definitely kind of brain rotted me. So I was thinking of Gelatin Crash Out in BFB 30 for a good duration of the episode. But, we end up having Blue Snowball saying that they were scared of Grandma, which I think, you know, I like that interaction, very honest. However, I will still 100% stand by the fact that Lego actually speaking English and learning how to do it is nah. I mean, like, why? You know, like, you made a character with a speaking quirk. You gave them a reason. You gave them a capability that you can understand when despite the speaking quirk. Just, like, do it, you know? Like, you can have a character that talks different. You know, have them talk different. Sure. Why not? Right? It's interesting. Having a character that speaks another language, that's interesting. Like, do that. Come on, even if it's like a fake language, do that. Have the tag at the bottom for us, and then, you know, you can do interesting art. Like, some people can understand it, some others can't. Like, it's cool. Come on, man. Whatever. Okay. Episode 6. The object show 8-Ball has something to say. Go. Alright, well, it's the final episode because every character that dares to oppose the Grandma proceeds to get eliminated. To be fair, what we're really expecting. Yeah, challenge is to not be Lego gets out, and then the challenge is to, and then, I don't know, Snowball just ends up getting, the blue Snowball ends up getting eliminated, right? But they do make a rhyme, and it's cool, so that's fun. So then Marker proceeds to win. Good job, GLaDOS, you are very good at this. They proceed to spend their money in 2 places, and 8-Ball drops by to say that this is the worst show ever made. No, I don't agree. I don't agree, but I will admit that this 5 Sacristiff Object Show season was pretty random. The one real arc which they did, which was to improve Lego's character, in my personal opinion, and nobody else will agree with this, but in my personal opinion, actually worsens Lego quite a bit. So in general, I think that it decharacterizes, and it's just not very good. In my personal eyes, this season was not it, but you know, it goes how it goes. I think people would disagree. I think it just kind of, like, my opinions tend to be a little bit more on the aspect of kind of having you know, the character's unique trait remain there. But yeah. Now there's a 3rd season of the 5 Sacristiff Object Show, so we'll go down that route. 5 SOS 3 Object Show Hotel Yummy. Go. Okay. In a way, right? In a way, I do think that this type of episode structuring does work. I do believe it. I think that this type of kind of like incomplete-ish structure, where it's like this episode is 95% introduction, right? This one has a challenge. Last season didn't even have a challenge in episode 1, right? I do believe that it works because of the 5-second nature of it, where like it doesn't feel when you're there like you're watching an episode. It feels like you're watching the entire show as one episode. It just happens that for the sake of the gag, it's gotten split into episodes, right? Because they release 5 seconds apart. So so an entire season releases at once, basically. By the time you watch one episode, the others are out. So like in general, I believe that's how I would probably describe it. But yeah, we end up getting introduced to this. There's a lot of characters because they're all in duos. So, and having Balloon and Broken Disc, they seem to be like a broken record. They seem to be relatively cool. They are very happy to be here. Then we have Money Man and Banana, which is super rich, famous guy, and then a butler. Well, not sure about famous, but super rich. Then we have Banana and Door, which are here because they died, and now they're back. Then we have Boingo and Bongo. They're bros. They're proper, like, eraser and blocky core. Then there's Disc and the CD. Disc and CD, which both are like, I don't like the show. Then we have Paint Rolly, which can't speak, but what a design that is. And a telly, who's like a telescope. They're like, yo, we can do this despite our limitations. So yeah. Then we have Floppy Disk and Pop Up. Their Floppy Disk has to be like 4 years old. And then Pop Up is also there. And then there's the duo of Rock and Fireworks. Still not really sure what's going on with Rock. A bit of a suspicious fella. Suspicious fella here. Doesn't really know what's going on. But yeah, they're apparently on their redemption team because they got last place in seasons 1 and 2 respectively. Challenge is to high five. Everybody high fives except for Disc and CD because they decide not to do that. I'm surprised no team has a random predicament like, oh no, how will I do this? I only have legs. But no, that's not a thing. Disc and CD end up getting eliminated respectively because they wanted to. So no, that was a successful tactic. They did not want to be on the show and therefore they were not on the show. And now this is what I like to call good tactics in object shows. But yeah, overall, do I think the duo aesthetic of it is fine? I do think it's fine. I think it's a bit different. You know, it creates a little bit of a different dynamic. Not something that happens very often. At the end of the day, it's a little bit of a jokey show, and especially considering how kind of pointless last season was, I was like, yeah, sure. We can. I like the additional purpose given to this one. Episode 2, a long, drawn-out joke. Go. Yeah, you know what? You know, yeah, that's episode 2. You know what? That is one of the fairest elimination procedures I have seen from Grandma ever. To be honest, yes, that makes sense. So, the challenge ends up being to create a joke and then say the joke after a word spreads out about an extremely funny joke that ends up getting telephone gamed all the way to the moon. So where I'm ended up being to come up with a joke. You'll notice that these episodes are longer because they just have an additional section added to them is kind of the main reason, right? Like for example, you know, like if it was regular 20 second about show, like that forming section would never exist, right? It would just be the thing and then the thing and it makes a 2-minute episode, right? Like it just but like an episode like this ends up relatively long because of that. Now, I do know that the episodes they do get shorter, so they will probably start to function under the system. But currently, yeah, especially when you need to do like everybody's turn, it does end up doing that. So we end up having the jokes. So, what do you call a bird that's blue? A bluebird. Very true, I guess. So yes, I agree with that joke. All right. Then we have a paint roller that was gonna tell the joke because they were gonna apparently draw a circle. However, they instead walk away and fall and die, which I guess is pretty funny. Then we end up having a fireworks joke, which ends up being what's poppin' rock, like Pop Rocks, which is a candy. I have never heard of this candy in my life, but I can look at it. Pop Rocks. Pop Rocks. Let's see. Pop Rocks, known as popping candy, is a type of candy owned by Zeta Espacial. Okay, that's good. Good to know. I do not know about this. So yeah, I'm with Grandma on that one. Then dark humor. What do you call dog with blood? Yep, the Grandma finds it, I guess. Then we end up having Money's joke. Lamborghini walks into a bar and sits next to a $5 billion mansion and says, "Hello, $5 billion mansion. Isn't it just so tough in being a multi-billionaire in a poor, filthy millionaire world?" You know what? Hear me out. That is actually a great joke. On accident. Because by saying something so unbelievably, ludicrously unrelatable, it's actually funny and becomes a satirical exchange about what it's like to imagine extremely wealthy individuals. So in a way, it does actually function as comedy. So that's low-key the best joke. That's the best joke of the episode. I told you, this is the best joke of the episode. Then we end up having Dora coming in with a blast from the past. We end up having Joe, which won. Gotta get back to my body. I totally forgot about that. That was yesterday, and I completely right. That was nothing burger winner. But yeah, why am I here? Such a blast from the past, I can't believe that you would insult Legonese like that. Why are these people, these people, they're just out here, they're insulting Legonese. Well, like, if you think about it, isn't that weird? Like, Lego's just speaking their language, and then that guy in the last scene was like, "Oh, you go here again, talking their language." Like, oh, that's harsh, mate. That's like racism. No, that's not good. That's like languageism. I don't know what it's called. You can't be doing that, You can't be doing that. But then eventually the last joke ends up being from Pop-Up and doing that. Candy, who they almost could make like a Candace joke, but they did it. Floppy, which is one of the every character in the show that happens to not really have much of a brain going on in there, but they certainly act. But yeah, they were trying to harness their inner marker. However, the problem is unlike the last season, this one makes sense, so it doesn't really work. So yeah, unfortunately, the duo's out. Episode 3, there is a new character. Go. Well, I gotta admit, they took that loss very much so on the chin. So a random guy showed up after talking about season 1, titled Gurgle and being the friend to the end, and then they get shot. And then the challenge is to figure out who the fuck that was. Well, they said their name, so the people who heard it are immediately safe because they can just repeat it. Their name was Gurgle. And then this is just a hearsay challenge. This is kind of an interesting challenge. Right? 'Cause it's just a hearsay challenge. So you just go like, the people who heard his name say the name, and then the people who heard the people who are safe say the name to be safe now get to say it until eventually there arrives a point where the information was either spread out to everybody or it didn't reach certain people, right? So like it's kind of intriguing. So like that challenge would have just been on a forever stalemate. If it wasn't for Telly getting told it by Firework. So yeah, they had the same Gurgle, and then the other fellows, which heard it, but heard it wrong. I guess balloons are known for their sense of hearing, end up being eliminated. Unfortunate, their designs are cool, but it goes how it goes sometimes. Who is Gurgle though? Who in the world? It's like animated, kind of interesting. The animation for these are definitely starting to be a little bit more general. At least for these 5-second object episodes, they're much more standardized. Of course, because for the Battle for Grandma ones, it was very fluctuating because sometimes you randomly put high effort into a scene. For these 5-second object shows, no, never really. It's kind of just dependent on the scene. I don't know. We'll need to see. But it's time for episode 4 of 5SOS 3, the musical episode. Go! Okay, that is the musical episode. I will admit that these titles are roughly accurate, I guess. Yes, like true. I said the first one, Hotel Yummy, but either way, yes, it is indeed a musical episode because the challenge ends up being to sing an epic song. After they try to ask, after the money duo ends up trying to ask Grandma to have the challenge being to buy a $5 million. Yeah, it's an interesting tactic. However, to be fair, also, but Grandma's character has actually remained perfectly consistent because Grandma does not listen to anything anybody has ever said. To be honest, yeah, I mean, it's just, to be honest, like, it's kind of just a regular object show host, so I'm kind of like not moved. But yeah, Grandma ends up making the challenge to sing a musical, and we end up having them sing the musical. It's like an interesting musical. Rock says the most amount of words they've ever said in one continuous string, which is like 6. So that's nice. Paint Roller can't sing, unfortunate. For a minute I thought that they might have got eliminated because everybody's gonna sing, so then Paint Roller's gonna get eliminated because Paint Roller can't sing or whatever, right? Because I mean, hey, we're insulting Lego Knees, maybe we can insult Paint Rollers. So yeah, but everybody's singing the songs that they do progressively get better. But yeah. We don't want to sing right now. We don't want to sing right now. Yeah, it's pretty fine until Potion and the Door for some reason don't want to sing. I will be honest, I don't know why not. I mean, I guess it's, it's not retro, right? They're like the retro characters, right? So since they're like the retro characters, as part of like their retro nature, they need to do only retro things. Since there wasn't a musical in the old episodes, then that means that they don't want to sing because that wouldn't align with their values of being OG, right? So We'll go with that. That is gonna be my reasoning. But yeah, I will not. Look. By the way, this will apply to every song. Usually when I say when I look at the show and I have the song, I usually do a cover of it. I'm not gonna do a cover for any of this stuff because it's already there. Fun fact: if you go look at my 28 song cover challenge video, there's already some of the SacriStuff in there. So just so that you are aware, that's why I will not be showing them off here. But you can go check them out over there, on the channel. It was a couple months old, but it's there. All right, YouTube has a search on desktop. If there's like a search, you can search up like 20 song singing challenge. You can do it, and it'll work. It'll work. So that's my best definement. Anyways, episode 5 of 5SOS3 is titled Happy Orange Bug. Go. Alright, that is episode 5 of 5SOS3. Gonna be honest, yes, I got proper debated. For a minute, I was like, wait a minute, is this like a actual voting? Because they're really committed to it, it brought up a voting screen, it did everything. I mean, obviously that doesn't make sense because of the topic of the show, but at the same time, it technically never made sense. So, like, it's kind of intriguing to imagine, but no, yeah, the challenge was to murder an orange bug. The Bongo Bros managed to do that, and therefore we do that. However, there's a voter that shows up, animated like the fella, like the new friend to the end from the other. They have a BFG screenshot. Again, even in 5-second object show, voice acting is still over the top and it's great. Voted. And then in the next episode, it would have been, dude. Low key, the fact that it's in this episode is bad. It should have shown up in the next episode, like just proper, like as if it was voting. It's probably next. It just shows up in the next episode. I get why not. It's to not have people actually vote, but like, it'd be funny. Okay, you understand? It'd be funny. Alright. But yeah, Rock and Fire will get eliminated based on viewers. Unfortunate they did not like the underdog story. The darkest pits of hell have opened. So true. Episode 6, Dance Till You Awesome. Go. Okay, you want to hear the dumbest theory that anybody has ever made? Alright, my theory, alright, is that, so you see the paint roller and how the paint roller is like dirty and stuff, right? And you see how they act kind of weird. They're like tripping, they're not walking properly. So you know what I think happens, okay? The dumbest theory. What if, alright, the notification of notification bell melted, and then it is now splattered, or that same device is now splattered onto paint roller, which means that they have notification bell instincts, however, are not capable of speaking due to their object nature, which means that they have this constant internal battle going on within them, which makes them incapable of moving and incapable of acting. That greatest theory I've ever made. That does not make any sense. But what if it did though? Think about it? Anyways, challenges to dance. We end up getting some cool little dancing assets. Money's really trying. They're getting a lot of withdrawal. You know, it's been like 10 seconds since he last bought something. But yeah, it's unfortunate for Telly and Paint Roller, who end up getting eliminated because of the dancing. And now it's the next episode. It's the finale. It's the finale time. Alright, episode 7. The rich get richer. Go! Yeah, it's been like, how many seconds, like, hold on, if they're episode 7, then that would mean that it's been like 35 seconds since the show started, and like, yeah, I mean, it's just GG, right? Like, it's GG for money. It hasn't bought a $5 million yacht. So yeah, and Grandma very conveniently happens to make the challenge to not convulse on the ground and die. Fortunately, Money does that, which means that Boingo and Bongo end up winning and continue our set of winners of the 5-secondly object show being not that interesting. But yes, I do like these two. Like, I do think they have like a nice bro vibe to them. But like, winners, they didn't really do much. I'm saying that the market didn't really do much season 2, or that Joe, whatever, the guy from Seoul did in season 1, right? Like, the winners have been relatively uneventful characters that have survived by not doing much of anything in the first half, and then in the second half, you know, just kind of not getting picked on, because usually the last two people eliminated are always getting picked on by Grandma or somebody else. But yeah, good job, Bongo and Boingo. I like y'all. I do think y'all are cool, and y'all are probably the best winner of the 5-secondly object show, so that is nice. Alright then, you know what time it is. It's actually time. It's time to get to it. Like, we're reaching it. It is time to watch Bean's show. Bean Show episode 1 is titled Forgot the Secondly. Go. Okay, so that is episode 1 of Bean Show, Forgot the Secondly. So, Grandma is about to host another season featuring 24 characters until she decides, nope, don't want to do this. So, she proceeds to leave, and then everybody is debating very strongly who should be the host until there's a general consensus that drops by. Bean is the character that nobody really minds, so everybody proceeds to, you know, kind of, just vibing. Right, it's kind of like, everybody's like, yeah, I'm fine with this guy, so they can host, and we proceed to get Bean to forcefully host the show. So, initial impressions on Bean Show. It is very over the top. Of course, it is carrying on that over the top character nature of Battle for Grandma, and adding in a very healthy dose of BFB to it, right? So we're forming a sort of an intriguing blend of kind of BFB-esque challenge structuring and general progression and general humor to this very over-the-top cast that has been formed and has become the standard for this show. So that's kind of the combination that ends up forming Bean Show as a show. Now, this ends up distinguishing itself from BFB by having that cast, right? Because how it goes is in majority of object shows, which include in a way Battle for Grandma. It includes mainly 5SOS, but like in general, it ends up that we have like a crazy host and then mildly normal characters that are trying to deal with the host. That's how the average BS show goes. This is the opposite. This is the polar opposite of how that goes, because we end up having one of the most normal characters being host a show, and then a completely deranged cast, right? So it makes in a way an inverse. This inverse is something that from time to time you see in a show, right? Like this inverse of like cast weird, host normal. However, in this specific scenario, it's one of the big profile examples of it being like this. So we end up getting introduced to our characters, which there's a bunch of them. There's a bunch of them, and we don't get to find out much about them super early. For a few, they get more screen time than others. There seems to be some type of chocolate cake. They seem to really get along with a Whisk. Whisk, who's a British fella. Chocolate cake seems to speak kind of in this slow way where they say sentence by sentence. Then there's the Stickman. Doesn't really do much. They're one of the most visually distinct characters in the cast. Alright, yeah. Watermelon, I think, was in a 5SOS season, right? Got eliminated for being nice. Was in that season 1. I don't remember a lot about season 1, to be honest. It's been one day and I already forgot. Then we have the telephone. The telephone gets a lot of screen time in this episode. Seems to be able to dial numbers. Maybe they seem to have some technological powers, so they seem to go fast. They seem to be probably a little bit more, voice crack. They seem to be a little bit more than what's letting on. So yeah, then there's then there's this YouTube comment. I believe it's called Emily, but. Yeah, the YouTube comment, super soft voice, I'm not exactly sure what it entails, really, to be honest. I'm not sure, like, what this character is really meant to be. Like, it's a YouTube comment, I'm pretty sure, but, like, what? It's like the notification for a YouTube comment, like, Then there's a bottle cap, so this bottle cap ends up being, by quite a while, the most normal person here. I would say they end up being, they're trying to play the game strategical, however, they are playing the game well. They're playing the game well. They're playing the game strategical. However, they're not doing flash level strategy of exaggerating, right? So they're really trying to, get the game rolling by playing alongside it and trying to tactilize around it rather than trying to force something to happen. So I can see Bottle Cap, at least early days, I'm sensing Bottle Cap going very far, but we're going to need to see. Then there's Neptune. Neptune is in the category of characters that a lot of these shows have, which is a character that speaks in a monotone, loud voice that is overjoyed, that just says their feelings in like a third person. Like it's Animated Battle has this. There's a character. It's just a thing. I don't know who invented it. I don't know who did it first. But yeah, it's just like a thing. Like a character goes like, I am happy. Like, people just find it interesting. I don't really care that much about this type of system. However, I will say the characters are memorable. Like, I will say it. Like, they don't really have much preference for it, but the characters they do tend to be memorable. Like, like the one for Animated, like Nonagon and stuff. So, yeah. Then there's CDK's who's back. They don't really do much. Then there is the Bottle Cap's little friend. Don't know what you are in terms of, like, an object. But, like, you don't speak. You're the one character who seems to not speak, which is intriguing. People might understand them. I don't know. It's like the Lego thing where it's not really clear if the other characters understand it or they're just pretending to. It's super hard to tell, to be honest. But we're gonna need to find out in due time. Then because like it does count, right? Because they did like try to count, and I think at least it might have counted, but we're gonna need to see. But yeah, I would wait for the challenge. They would have been screwed anyways because of them, right? Then the Money Man duo is back. It's a good duo, gotta admit. Balloon is balloon. Yep, continue being your over positive self. Then there's this battery potato. No idea what the hell's up with this battery potato. This battery potato ends up spewing so much random lore about themselves that like it's like I feel like you're from another show at this point, because like they're no, I don't know, you're kind of there's something suspicious about you, like I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, you're a little bit of a troll. Then there's Toilet Paper Roll, who's back. Really likes the letter B. A little bit more defined than just being a character like the letter B, but of course still very extreme. Seems to be the father of this ball, which I forgot the name of. God damn it. But well, I don't remember. Yeah, the son wants to separate himself a bit from the father. Very much so, more well composed than the father. I could see being the type of character that makes it far as well, or at least I don't know. Actually, no, I don't think that would make it too far. The Billboard's back, super anxious. Then the Spellbook is now a character in their own right. The Spellbook that Flash ends up using. They do inherit by nature a lot of Flash's main instincts, right? So you can tell that it's how it's going, right? Like in the same way that Flash was this mean character that was hiding being nice badly. This Spellbook is exactly the same general idea. It's a character that is playing very awkward niceness, making it like something's off and sinister about it. However, unlike Flash, to actually make this character survive more than 3 seconds, we end up having the character not just get immediately, to not just immediately blow their cover. So it's that's intriguing. Then we end up having Marker's back, continuing to be the relative like computer self. They really do sound like a computer. They except when they sing. When they sung, I don't know. That's too many notes. That's too many notes. That's not good. Rock is back for another round. Sure. I mean, I don't. There's. It's Brock, man. Then there's like another little book. No idea what that is. Like a magazine. They kind of don't show up. Then it goes for the tape measure. They don't really get to do much. And the glasses seems to be a little bit more like the internet speak person. Like, who does bro? I think he is, right? I'm not sure if it's gonna be like nerd emoji, if it's gonna be like anti-nerd emoji. It's like one of the two. But yeah, we're gonna kind of need to see. And then there is the face portrait. Cool character idea. The face portrait sort of represents, in terms of personality, the person in the portrait. So like it creates for an interesting possibility. And actually, again, you gotta remember, a portrait can be changed. So like in the same way there's like a picture frame character that like if you switch out the picture in it, the character acts different, right? Like it's a lot of the same. It's a very intriguing idea. But yeah, this happened that the person in the portrait is a bitch. They are not a good person. So everybody ends up proceeding to despise them. The challenge after Bean ends up getting absolutely bullied into the making an intro. Which, by the way, this intro is relatively interesting. It's got such a relatively, like, it's not simple, but it kind of gives off a simple, because like it looks like it syncs up way less than it actually does, because it actually syncs up very well and ends up being a very clean intro. Like, I'm actually quite a fan of it. Anyways, after the teams proceed to get formed, we end up having team Bacon Bread. So Team Bacon Bread ends up being the Glasses, Rock, whatever the little guy's name was. What do you call it? You were called Fluorite? Fluorite. I'm gonna say Fluorite. That's the name that comes up in mind. And then there's the Balloon, Neptune, which I think's your name, right? You're like the planet. Then the Portrait and the two small ones. This team is if the challenge can be solo, they do have the strongest individual members. However, if the challenge is global, then they're fucked. That's pretty much it. That's the best way I can describe it. Because either Neptune or Balloon or Rock isn't going to be able to do it. Like, one of the three is going to be like just a big problem. Then we end up being the Blue Skateboards, the team created by the Toilet Paper Roll. So we got Marker, we got Whiskey, we got the Chocolate Cake, we got the CD case, we got the Money Duo, and we got the magazine. This team is okay. We've not really seen much leadership from either side. Marker is kind of leader, however, not really it's not an outspoken leader, so a lot of the time they just won't have a plan. I don't know if Whisk and Chocolate Cake are exactly going to go out of the way to do things. And Money, I mean, they have ideas, but not exactly good ones. So this team might be a little bit of a problem. Then the other team is titled Team Larry, which ends up being the Spellbook, Emily, Watermelon, the Fern, Billboard, the Tape Measure, Guy, and the Clock. This team ends up being intriguing because it has the least amount of I would say individual quality, because every character with strong individuality doesn't seem to be too smart. However, if I don't know. It just this feels like the type of team. No. I actually disagree with myself, because there's Fun and there's Spellbook and there's the Stickman and there's the Potato that runs pretty fast. No, this team is just lacking leadership. Like there's nobody here that's really gonna lead the team. At least on the last team, like there's people that do sorts of it. And on the first team, there's a lot of it. But here, there's not really any leader personality, which means that like who's gonna lead? Again, in global challenges they'll be fine, but probably in an individual one where you gotta kind of pick out the best and stuff, that's gonna be a bit more complicated. But we proceed to end up having that. We have random song going on. I'm noticing that the Bean Show songs, they're seeming to have a type of vibe to them. they're seeming to have a type of vibe to them. They have like similar instruments and stuff, which is interesting. I do actually like that as a bit of a detail. But anyways, yes, the challenge ends up being to count to 10. Surprisingly, not easy to do, because this cast is comprised of 47 potatoes. But we end up having them count up to do it. So the team end up doing it, finding Potato. They say 10, and then they're safe. So that means that Larry wins. Then okay, so there's a lot of effort into trying to get Rock to say the number, because Rock is never going to count. So like the main issue of that team is just entirely that they need to get Rock to try it. So there's like progress being made. But the other team basically only really gets distracted for a bit about the fact that like Glasses tried to stall them out by saying, "Say count to 10 and you'll die," which is like, yeah. So, and they all believe it, because again, it's what did you think was gonna happen? What did you think? But yeah, until somebody eventually decides to take the sacrifice and count, and it turns out that nothing happens. So from then on, they basically just count, right? So it ends up being relatively simple, and the other team ends up being up for elimination. It's a bit unfortunate. I am quite a fan of the attempted ooh, look at how close it is, they're counting, and then it's like 1, 2, but then it just stops immediately, like the montage just stops immediately. That was like a fun gag, because it's like it's not close. This challenge is not close. This team obviously ends up voting out of the fella with the old Battle for Grandma room, which has gotten a little bit of a redesign, now looks cooler. But yeah, we end up having them be eliminated very, very clearly. And then we get to see Bean go lash out completely at the miniature portrait, because they keep interrupting them, and they get a proper crazy lash out. So that's not good. I will admit, like that's one of the, that's an interesting thing. This might be what the show ends up doing, because I have I will be honest, I have heard from a thing or two from reading a comment or two that some of them haven't been. So I think that like this might be the show playing into that, where this might be like a show about hosting in a way, because it's like there's an interesting dynamic where it goes like, okay, why is it that it seems like dismissive hosts are the only real hosts that end up playing the game, right? And it's like, well, yeah, because the only real way sometimes to survive a cast is to be extremely dismissive to them, because trying to actually be receptive to them when you have a cast as stupid as the Bean Show cast would be is like crazy. And again, stupid in the sense where they are dumb. I like them, but they are dumb. That's what I mean. Like the characters are not smart. But yeah, So that's interesting, but yeah, they immediately crashed out in 15 minutes. They've already done that, so that's a bit complicated. They end up trying to eliminate them. They end up giving it a go. They make the miniature portrait fucking rot. I don't even know what's the best way to describe this. There's another show that did this idea. It's probably inspired by Bean Show. But yeah, it turns out that you can apparently rot people. So yeah, Bean will never do that again. Do I trust this? I don't know, but we will. But they currently seem pretty honest with it, and therefore that is the show Pizza Party. And there we have it. There's episode 1 of Bean Show. It's very high energy. The cast is very high energy. I would say that it is a contender for the highest energy average cast that I have seen in the big dog shows, to be honest. But we're gonna need to see it develop out to see, how the characters are actually going to deal with more episodes, right? Because these characters, while they're very high energy, we've only really ever seen them at the default state, right? Because development and arcs haven't had time to happen because Battleground was 4 minutes, and even then it managed to pull it off. So it's Flash and stuff. So it'll be intriguing to see when the show is given 15 minutes to work with, how much it can actually perform. We'll need to see. Episode 2, the worst day of Tate Measure's life. Okay, that is episode 2 of Bean Show, and holy shit. So, I know I said during my episode 1 chat that, oh yeah, these extreme personalities make for an interesting show that's, very different feeling. But, I'm not gonna lie, even in episode 1, it's a bit muted compared to this. This is, so writing on these characters is really intriguing. Because, again, they have always been this random. It's just now they're this random, but in a BFB structure. And I think that really elevates just how random, on average, a character in an interaction in the show tends to feel. Because, what is going on half the time? The character, the way they interact, it's really insane. I have genuinely never seen characters act this crazy. It's proper crazy. But, either way, we end up starting off with our intro, created by Paper Towel Jr. because Watermelon really likes Paper Towel Jr. or something. Butler's here being just a bit confused at everything. Even Butler, right? So, Butler is Banana, right? Who's the Butler? Again, Banana is the more normal-ish character, but even then, it's still an extremely exaggerated, posh butler type, right? So, you end up being, so utterly barbaric, and it's yes, it really is. It's taking the characters to the absolute maximum, and I have to admit, writing for this show must be an experience, there is no way. This script writing days for Bean Show episodes gotta go crazy, dude. How do you... The conceptualization of these interactions is maybe, again, it's probably the most impressively, random I've ever seen it. It's truly... not random. It's impressive just how much the characters sound like they're committed to the bit, quote unquote, But, either way, we end up having, some interesting things. We end up having Rock being very worried about the fungus because, they'll be yep, that might be me. So... they're worried about that. Then we end up having Glass try to cheer them up, and then eventually, after we break a paddle ball because of Bean and the potato, the time potato, which ends up just being a little evil. Doing a little evil. There's not much to say about it. They were just today I'm gonna do the evil. We end up having it. The main gag of the episode, I mean, it's not even really the main gag of the episode, but yeah, the main gag of the episode because it's the title of the episode, ends up being that tape measure just constantly gets bullied around. No idea why. The universe just decided so. It's not the universe, it's Neptune. Neptune decided so. They're just trolling. Like, everything ends up freaking bullying tape measure. So yeah, it's not exactly a great day for tape measure. And then we're having the challenge, which is to fix the paddle ball. Bean very much so tries to form 3 paddle balls. They end up forming like 3 million. It's tough to control the powers. I'm not gonna lie. Bean's trying to do it, you know? Bean is giving it a go. But in general, the powers are being a little bit complicated. Do we talk about this? Let's talk about this. Let's talk about it near the end, because of course the episode ends up with Bean eventually trying to apparently construct a voting room type additional location by having a good place, quote unquote, right? That's just kind of like an elimination lounge. However, the construction of that room seems to not work, or at least how the programming works, which means that when magazine, the eliminated contestant after this episode, ends up entering it, it ends up not working. It ends up being broken, and therefore the fungus pop out because it seems like the magazine has died. So there is a fundamental. Whoa, I've had some voice cracks today. There seems to be like a fundamental problem going on here with this powers, where like we're just not really able to control it, and doing it while hosting, as you could tell, ends up making it be quite, at odds with the competition itself. Like, it's dangerous to test out your powers in this situation. However, you're in it, so you have to do something, right? Because it's not really gonna work. Now it's it's one of those things where, for example, it's like X in BFB, for example, right? Their powers are very limited. However, they're practiced off the show, usually, like them practicing recovery and stuff. But like, if X, for example, randomly was hosting and needed to do everything 4 is doing, it's just problems. Things would not turn out good, right? Because there's a high pressure situation that Bean's in right now, where Bean has to do these things for the first time, or at least given the first iteration of them, while the contestants are on the show, and instead of not being capable of testing it by doing something else. Now, of course, it's one of these things where it's like, we know, for example, that the powers do, for example, arrive with recovery. We know this, okay? As part of Battle for Grandma, Grandma manages to reintegrate the contestants, right? Like, it is possible to bring somebody back, at least as far as we are aware, right? So it is possible to do that. However, Bean has no idea how to do that, and if you do that, it probably end up like, for example, how X recreates somebody back in like that BFB range, and it doesn't really work, right? So it's like, you can do that, but then it's tough, but then it's complicated, and you got practicing, you can't really practice it because you're in the middle of a show, right? And then there's just this global problem, and I am definitely feeling like, yeah, though, this might be the silver lining of this show might be a show about hosting dynamics, right? Because it's by far the one thing in the show that's taking itself seriously. Everything else is just characters goofing off, right? But this is the one thing. Bean is the one thing in this show that seems to be more grounded to a level of humanity, right? In a way where it's like, it's the only character really here that is grounded to some logic, right? And isn't just YOLOing it, alright? Which means that, like, it really does. It feels like Bean's show. Like, we're kind of, like, I'm watching it, and these characters, they make for fun interactions and stuff, but, like, currently, to be 100% honest, the main thing that's going on, and the main interesting part of it, for as little screen time as it currently holds, is Bean's show part of it, right? Bean's show running, Bean's show hosting. It's honestly the most interesting part of it. So Yeah, if we could have challenged to fix the paddle ball, we ended up fixing the paddle ball with various capabilities and tactics. The first team that manages to do it, dude, there's again, the amount of teams that do it they do dumb things. Money Man grabs a piece of the chocolate cake, slaps it on, says that works. Somebody ends up being, oh yeah, let's get a tape to put it on a sandwich because the cheese is gonna slide out. That's not how cheese works, and then, this is not great. Until eventually the team that managed to do it is a telephone, which after by the command of the spell book ends up getting them a piece of tape, which they end up managing to tape on. So then it ends up working out. So but we end up taking it for beans. So that's good. that's good. That we like that. Yeah, it seems like that team sorting themselves out relatively well. Like on accident, Telephone has a very good capability physically to just get what they want, and Spellbook for their niceness attempts really wants to lead the team as well. So it seems like that team is so far, for as awkward as the dynamic is, it is a dynamic that works surprisingly enough. Are you take measure because you get bullied after somebody calls him a Nimrod? Yeah, that makes sense. We end up having it's a piece of tape which Vitamin C finds. Yeah, Vitamin C finds a piece of tape, which is pretty epic. They end up having it stolen, I think. No, they get it from the bandit because there's the tape bandits. Yeah, did you know? There's the tape bandits is a thing that exists. Then eventually, last second, Toilet Paper hears that they're trying to be quick, right? Because Rock is trying to get them to. Because Rock shouts to put it to do it onto the paddle ball, because of course the Glasses wants to put the tape on the cheese on the freaking sandwich so that he can eat a sandwich. But like you know, they end up doing that, and then we end up having the Toilet Paper roll and going in and speed running it last second, and it ends up kind of working. Apparently, stirred chocolate cake is stick the way. Is that how physics works? I don't think that's how physics works. That cannot be true. I refuse to believe that. Nah, false information or something. I don't know. I'm too suspect of it. But either way, we're having the final race, and Vitamin C eventually wins it after launching some like one of the tape people, I think, onto them. So good job, Vitamin C, and the other team is up for elimination. Money Man was probably going to get eliminated. However, they end up fictionally creating, you know, with their acting skills, a scene where they destroyed, where a mug gets destroyed, and Money Man blames Magazine for it. Meaning that everybody goes, I know, Magazine destroyed the mug, this is so sad. And then, yeah, we end up having them be eliminated. Magazine ends up getting eliminated because, yeah, it didn't really work. They didn't really have a counter to this, to be honest. Like, there wasn't much of a counter you could realistically do, you know? Like, unless you left or something, just did anything, it would have realistically been it's too difficult to really resume your reputation from that point, right? Because there's just so little time until elimination. So it's honestly, I have to admit, it's just a good tactic. It's an evil tactic, but it's just a good tactic for Money Man and boys to get them out. Like, it's like just a relatively non-bothered person isn't gonna make a major fuss with you, and in general, like, is just gonna get out. Like, yeah, nobody really likes them that much. So yeah, the good place, Magazine dies, and yep, it is over. Rock is worried about it. Rock, it's so over for Rock. Rock is not. Rock is gonna be so worried. By the way, this song is so good. It has so this like post credit song. No, not post credit. This credit song that like ends up playing. I don't know what it is. Hold on. What is does it say it? Freaking music home. Home. What? Is there like is that like an album name? It might be. I don't. Home. What? Wait a minute. Music home. Okay, that's interesting. Anyway, I don't know what that means, but either way, yeah, it's Yeah, I don't know. I really like it. It's got this nice catchiness to it, when it's a catchiness that, especially with the last two episode endings, which have been kind of a little bit more deep, it has made it for a very interesting clash, right? Where it feels like an episode's over and it's playing, where you're still processing the information, but then it's kind of weird. Like, it's kind of like when an episode of Digital Circus ends with like the happy music, like something's up, right? So yeah. Okay, that is episode 2. Episode 3 is entitled The Elephants Cried. Go. Okay, that is episode 3 of Bean Show, and yes, I do believe that I was correct in my analysis of the show, at least to me personally, with how I chatted about that last episode. It's really giving me the vibe that Bean Show, it's really about Bean. It's really about Bean, and then it's just kind of like, it's having all of this fun surrounding context and having the main line, the main plot line being about Bean, and then it just kind of plays out very slowly throughout the show, right? It feels like a gradual progression, and it's very intriguing, and I'm gonna be honest, I think it's very good. It's very well executed, because it does that really good balance, right? Because a lot of the time, right, one of the things which object shows historically struggle with is, how do you do the balance, right? How do you do the balance? The balance of wanting to say a message and to perform an interesting storyline and to do that stuff, right? Well, at the same time, retaining the fun that is so at the core of what an object show has always been. Well, I think that this this split that it's doing, where it's like the contestants are inherently unserious, and the way that they do the challenge is inherently just all pure fun. Nearly every single character, right? So they do that while being fun and giving, you know, that funness, while at the same time still delivering an interesting developing story arc and interesting developing situation that at least from now, it really feels like it's on the road to blossoming into something really interesting with Bean, right? And I mean, I don't know, there's a lot more episodes. I don't know what happens in Bean's show. However, it's definitely giving me the vibe, because like you can tell it's like a gradual progression, right? Whereas like in episode 1, you end up having Bean be more kind of in a mildly annoyed state, where it's like, okay, fine, I'll do this, right? But then they slowly start to get a little bit more panicked heading into episode 2, because then they start to realize, okay, I need to host well, and for that I need to actually take control of these powers, right? And they start to do that, and they start to get really anxious because they're failing. And again, that's the dangerous thing, right? You can't test your powers in the middle of a show, because, you know, it's not really gonna, the likelihood of it working is low. However, it's very difficult to do, right? So in this and in this episode, you can tell like the anxiety is at a max, right? Because like he's been trying to practice in the off time, right, which is only 10 minutes according to this show's time logic, right? Which means that like it's really not a long time at all, and it actively makes it it's so complicated. You know, like it's so complicated situation for Bean, or like, yeah, they've tried to make a machinery and everything, and it's like, yeah, but you know, without that immediate cooperation, without additional capabilities, right? When you only are able to construct one box, right, and you don't know how to do it again, right? You don't know how to do something each time. You only know how to do something. You don't have like the years of experience, I don't know, grandma might have had, right? And then it starts to hit, right? And especially with the contestants just being masters of rage baiting, like I feel like the snap isn't coming. I don't know when the snap isn't coming, but I do feel like if Bean snapped, I would not be surprised, right? Like even here, I don't necessarily mean like snapping as in just getting mad at somebody, because that Bean does all the time. However, like snapping as in like, you know, losing it, like quitting the show, making a super deadly challenge on purpose, just doing something, right? That's just like extreme by the nature of just, you piss me off, you deserve punishment, right? And that feels like it's something that's currently on the road to occurring for now, because like it really feels like a progression towards Bean doing something really big, right? Like I think Bean is not gonna, like, the show isn't just gonna continue like this. Bean is gonna do something really big. It's just, what is it gonna be? That's the one thing which I have no idea. Anyways, we start off with this episode with Bean themselves just trying to do something. Not really sure. However, they look at the hand and some plants like grow out of it. So it seems like, again, it could be possible challenge, experimentation, any of the law. Maybe trying to form a character. I don't know. Because that's definitely just a plant. No, not really sure. Maybe just trying to grow something. Just trying to generate things, right? Because that's one thing which Bean has, struggled with doing lately. They managed to multiply, but they've not ever managed to generate, right? That's kind of the complication that Bean has had, because, generating an item is very important, because if you don't have one, you can make it again, and if a character has died, you can revive them, right? Because, well, currently, of course, 2 deaths are caused by Bean, right? The 2 deaths of this show are caused by Bean. There will be inevitably just an incoming death from the cast to the cast, right? It's happening any day now, right? And like that will require intervention, So there's a ticking time bomb of like, you need to revive somebody. You need to sort this the hell out. So, yeah. In the meantime, we end up having make a sign with the hand, the intro plays, and then we end up having ourselves the detective chocolate cake. Yeah, so we have seen that you were kind of a detective, but yeah, in this episode you're really taking in your detectives to use, because we end up having a song. Yes, the detectives song. We have encountered the first of 2 songs, which are songs that I have previously covered before watching Bean Show. This is the detective song with chocolate cake and whiskey. I will have to admit, these songs, a lot of the time, I do have to be honest, the way that like the vocals of the song are like mixed in a way where it just sounds different. I'm gonna be honest, like whiskey kind of does not sound like whiskey. And I would argue that banana doesn't sound like banana either. I mean, bunny's fine and chocolate cake's fine, but like the other fellas are like, I don't know. I feel like we're not sounding the same, because this type of song has been, very much so kind of more. It's mixed a lot, right? It's kind of this more ethereal sound, so it ends up that it requires a lot more mixing and a lot more of that stuff, and it's sometimes, I would say, maybe struggled with it, sounding the same. Same thing goes for singing voice. Like I think for when Marker sung, Marker does not sound like Marker, right? But like in general, it's intriguing, right? What I think of the song itself, independent of the characters, I think it's solid. The music video is pretty good, and it creates a unique song. It's a unique song with a unique vibe. It's got this kind of interesting, kind of like trying to be sinister tone, while yet again, being in this unserious as hell show. So it ends up kind of joking itself out with the subtitles for Money being extremely goofy and stuff. But anyways, after everything, Rock ends up getting sent over to another team because, of course, they've been worried. They've not really been able to protest with themselves. And after being part of this team, they started to get very upset about this because we end up having, of course, Rock in general be a little bit, non-speaking, non-verbal. So now we've needed them, like they need to stand up for themselves, because otherwise they're just gonna get moved around, and they're currently getting moved around. So they need to start standing up for themselves. And in this episode, I think they start to realize that, getting pissed off and getting to do it again. Another very interesting Bean moment. Bean allows the team switch because they don't have a suitable defense mechanism, right? It's in the same way where it's like, in a way, you see, it needs a blend. Hosting requires a blend, right? Grandma's hosting is technically functional. It's not good, to be honest, but it is functional because like it has a response mechanism to cheating, right? That is like the main thing that's required, right? You need to be in control to be a host, right? And I believe that a lot of the time, Bean does have that respect. We'll be honest, like Bean does have a good deal of respect. If says Chan is gonna do Chan, like like there is a good deal of respect there. However, there's still just that simple like incapability of forcing something, right? Like they can't ever force something, because like, again, with due respect, a host and the contestants will never, willingly disagree necessarily, right? Which means that they'll go on and they'll, do it, which is fine. However, without just any degree of forcingness, it's gonna still get down to it. Just because of competition, like a character cheating, whether it's on accident or not, right? Whether they're trying to be mischievous, a character switching teams, right? The type of things where it's like they're not necessarily doing it against the host, right? So like the respect can be there for the host while still doing these things that deviate the game design. So the host needs to be there to enforce a rule. Without doing it, Bean would be an extremely good host if he had control of the environment, right? If he had the control. However, you can tell that Bean does not have the control of the show at all, right? The only thing that goes for him is the respect, right? That people, for example, want to show up at the elimination area. But, like, for example, Balloon doesn't even show up at the elimination area. We don't have teleportation capability. We don't know how to teleport, right? So, like, yeah, that power needs to get sorted out. And it's really intriguing. It's very, very intriguing. I like what's being developed here a lot. Like, I'm looking forward to that. I really am. But now we're heading into it with the lie detector challenge, which, however, gets punched off by the potato because this potato is this potato is like if Fanny locked the fuck in. That's the best way I can describe. It's like if Fanny acted instead of just speaking. But yeah, we end up having the spell, but for some reason, just throw everyone down there. Huh? Why is the spellbook? I thought you were trying to act nice. I thought you had an understanding. I know you're doing like the Flash thing, but like what? What did that accomplish? Just tell them to go down, like you did the other time to listen. Why? Okay. They end up going down, then the balloon, the bottle cap doesn't realize physics of balloons, I guess. A bottle cap can definitely stand on a balloon, but let's not talk about that. Apparently, Neptune's gas giant, so you can't go through them. The telephone ends up telling them, love the gag with Marker. Because remember, Marker likes walking or something? That's like a thing that was mentioned, like, I think 5 seconds in the show. So seeing Marker just constantly try to take a walk, and then eventually have the other team mention again that Marker's trying to take a walk. This is fun. I like jokes that are stacked as well. I like timing jokes, but I love jokes that are stacked on top of each other. Like, a running joke, for me, goated, right? So having a joke where it's like Marker for some reason likes to go on a walk, right? So then having this episode, Marker constantly being the one that's going on a walk, and then having 2 minutes later the other team be like, I don't know why, but Marker's just going on a walk constantly, right? Which is like, these are the jokes. Yes, love those. But yeah, then we end up having those fellas drop down. After all does that, tape measure ends up getting super pissed, but tape measures are not having it. Tape measure's not having it. It's like everything's going wrong for tape measure still. I mean, at the end of the day, the day hasn't changed, right? It's been 10 minutes. So it's still the worst day of tape measure's life. So they proceeded to start kicking everybody. Like, they're just like, no, I'm going to be mean. They crash out at everybody. And this means that the team ends up, in general disliking them because we end up having a little bit of a issue with it because it's technically unjustified. They don't know, and there didn't really seem to be too much like explanation going on from Chocolate Cake. After we have a kind of song from Emily, you can go real far. Now you know how to rhyme. And then eventually they drop down. The bullet gets super sad, and then eventually they end up getting set free, and they proceed to fly away to who knows where. Everybody drops down. Apparently, Emily's super durable. Being a YouTube comment, apparently arrives being made of steel. Being gets super worried about the fact that Spellbook threw people off a cliff. That makes sense. They try to save them. However, actually, the slingshot that the other team was building, by Moneyman's apparent request, and nobody, even Moneyman, remembers requesting. You have the CD case drop down there. They're cracked, but they end up stealing the box, and they're getting up using the ladder that Bean was supposed to use to help the other team, and then they end up taking the lie detector, so their team is safe. Yet again, we end up having... for the first time the team that loses, which is, a different... fair, good job, finally. And I mean, they were still aiming towards winning, though. Like, I'm telling you, like, the dynamic between them and Spellbook is so weird, but it just works. Like, it just kind of works because it's so direct, but like the other teams is like 400-degree spin around it ends up like not really working. So like, the directness of Spellbook in this case is hurts, but the directness of Spellbook is very good for this team. You can tell it gets them the results. However, it's just in this case the directness was like throwing them off a cliff, right? So it's like it's a bit no, you can't do all that, but yeah. And then eventually, after the voting between the two teams, tape measure ends up getting eliminated. Bean proceeds to not eliminate them because I don't know. Right, Bean is not confident enough to really try to do any type of elimination. Yeah, you just really need to figure out teleportation. Like, that's Bean's number one priority. Bean should absolutely not... You don't need to find out how to make things. Not yet. You don't need to find out a lot of things. You need to find out how to teleport stuff. That is the most important thing that they need to do, because that allows them to teleport contestants away to a different place, right? Maybe not a safe room, but maybe they can teleport them down below where they'll be stuck, right? Just any, far away location that can act as an elimination area, be capable of bringing them back at any time. Then they go for bringing back contestants that are away, like Balloon. Right, and bring back objects that are far away. Like if your boss gets kicked off, you teleport it back to you. You can teleport yourself to any situation. You can teleport anybody to any situation, right? If you want to do a challenge elsewhere, it's that type of thing. You really need teleportation. Teleportation is, as far as the Battle for Grandma Powers, is the most immediately solving one of the Bean Show. You need to try to figure out how to do that. Bean, I'm begging you, try to figure out how to teleport. It will solve all your problems. Anyways, we'll see. Episode 4 is entitled Return of the Bubbling Boy. Go. Okay, that is episode 4 of Bean Show, welcomed in by whatever the hell is playing in the background. Television is like a song. So we have ourselves another episode that, I would say, for now, while I was, technically unsure what was the main direction of the show, I do believe that, it's really trying to do this. It's really trying to make this show about Bean, and Bean to work into becoming a object show host and sort of having to deal with these powers, right? And how it is to earn these powers and having to use them while at the same time using them on other people forcibly, either to affect them, to attempt recovery, or to any of these things. It's a very interesting storyline that ends up getting built with this very fun layer that's wrapped up around it, kind of like a blanket, which is really nice. It's really nice, and I enjoy it quite a bit. So Balloon ends up going off to whatever interesting landscape it is back on the lower Earth, and it's a very nice. This lake, dude, at the beginning, that looks way too good. They end up finding Coco, which is like some crazy king of the jungle. Is Balloon the chosen one? Don't think so, to be honest. But yeah, they eventually end up getting back. So I guess that didn't really work itself out. Then we end up having toilet paper roll wanting to calm themselves with a spell from Spellbook. However, Spellbook ends up going like, nope, I don't need to do that. I can just fucking hit you with a paddle ball and then you'll understand. Your brain will be calmer. But yeah, eventually we end up having Bean, the main topic of the episode. So Bean ends up trying to do recovery. It's embarrassing because they can't do it, so they don't want to show it off, and they're really trying, but it's not really working. They're trying to do it with grace, maybe. I don't know, they're just trying to think really hard about it. However, Spellbook eventually decides, yay, recovering. So then you end up enchanting some type of spell onto Bean and then leaving. No idea what it is. It's Spellbook. Spellbook. You know? Something's up with Spellbook. You know? Like, it's whatever is going on, it's not normal. You know, like, this is, because, like, what is it? Are we meaning well? Are we meaning evil? What are we meaning? You know, like, I don't know. Because it feels like the way that Spellbook acts, like, it's so Flash, you know? And it was just, for me, it was just a given. Like, oh, this is just the reincarnation of Flash, right? As like a mean character who's trying to act super nice all the time, so then therefore ends up playing a super weird pretend, right? So that felt clear. However, at the same time, it's like looking at this scene, right, where you're like coming in and you're enchanting a spell that might help them recover. It's like, well, that's just like an actually nice thing to do if you can know how to do it. However, at the same time, you're so indescribable how you say. You just do a spell and leave. You don't describe what you did or what you're gonna do. You don't say it before, you don't say it after. You don't say anything. And at the end of the day, we technically don't know what spell it was. It could have also been a debilitating spell. However, it does seem to be a spell that does something, because before he couldn't do it and now he can do it. So like, something's up. You know, like, what is going on? No. Spellbook, I'm gonna be honest, I don't trust Spellbook. I think you're not supposed to, but I do in fact not trust Spellbook, because there's nothing. This bro cannot be good for society. You know, something's up, and yeah. But eventually, Bean tries very hard and manages to recover somebody. And they recover Ender Pearl. Yes, Ender Pearl, who has another new asset, I guess. This... Okay, I can't tell if this... I feel like this is just Ender Pearl's asset. But why is it so dark, mate? An Ender Pearl's not like that dark, right? Like, hey, it's fine. Like, it's not. Right? But, alright then. Either way, they end up respawning. However, they're just kind of breathing very loudly. They're literally acting like a zombie. They're going, right? that's the best example that I can give it. And they're pretty much like an undead equivalent. So whatever it happened with the respawn, you know, it's not how grandma was respawning. It's respawn like wrong. There's like an attempted shuffle, and then eventually, as they end up walking around, they end up they end up for some reason trying to murder glasses. Don't really know why. And then eventually they get put into a cage. They get spawned very last second by Bean while they were thinking about it. So fair enough. And then Emily just freaking the TPing away from it. But yeah, they end up being kind of stuck in the cage, and we don't really know Emily. Ender Pearl ends up being kind of stuck in the cage, and yeah, we don't really know what's going on. Bean decides to make the challenge. Yo, how about this? Let's try to make the challenge to make a cage for Ender Pearl, because I don't really want anybody messing with Ender Pearl. So we're gonna just try to make a cage for Ender Pearl, and we're gonna see. The contestants proceed to try this challenge for various degrees. Rock switches teams again, and then we proceed to go off while they end up trying to bring it to do it. Now, being spent the entire chance kind of looking at Ender Pearl, saying like, hey, what's going on? It's very hard to understand. I'm surprised that he didn't try to recover somebody current, because like if his theory really is that recovering Ender Pearl after like this long would have been it, but I think no, that must have been an excuse. Like, he doesn't believe that. There's no way Bean believes that that is because Ender Pearl is dead for a long time, because they were dead for years, right? And they know that. So like they were dead for years when Grandma revived them for 5 SOS, and then like they know that. So at the same time, it's kind of one of those I don't it's one of those don't really know, but either way. Yeah, something's interesting with that. Of course, then heading into the post-credit scene, where, of course, we're going to talk about it, right? Because, we're we're talking about the main topic of the episode kind of all at once on a batch, where eventually it seems like Ender Pearl gains some semblance of consciousness, says, notices Bean, says their name, and then proceeds to immediately trip and die, because they're an Ender Pearl, and when they hit the ground, they die. So, that's something. You can try to respawn them again. Something's up, dude. Bean is getting majorly trolled. Like, Bean is getting rage baited. It's not going good. It's tough days for Bean, Being a Bean supporter, like, life ain't easy out here. For you. So, yeah. If you're curious how the teams are doing, Chance Abyss was so bad. They're doing so bad. It absolutely should arrive in like great stride that these contestants, just to put into perspective how dumb the characters in the show are, right? Again, they're super charming. They're charmingly dumb. It's enjoyable to watch them, but they are dumb. Like, objective, the characters are dumb. Like, just to put it into perspective, how these characters are dumb. All right. They are dumb in the way where they cannot do this challenge because there just so happens to be a wood chipper on the ground, okay? And the fact that there's a wood chipper on the ground in the forest means that they need to. It's a legal requirement for them to put down any wood. Any wood. It's gotta go. It has to go. And I was like, okay, bro. I mean, like, I guess they've been stopped by, truly an obstacle, right? And it's just one of those obstacles that's like, damn it, how could they ever? So yeah, they end up both two teams end up having fucking sawdust. That is not great. The only one that ends up winning is Emily, because Emily ends up making putting in a stick and calling it a cab, and it ends up working. Money Man wants to make an epic mansion. No idea how to do that. Never does make a full sketch out of it. Which is interesting. Hallway, then we have pool, bedroom with bunk bed, money man room, talking room, computer. Just that evil room, and then triangle on the side. Big fan of the triangle room on the side. I would personally also love to have a triangle on the side of the house, but yeah. Then we end up having some memes and stuff, some jokes. Neptune ends up going over there to get it, end up making sawdust. Then we're having the stability from Spellbook. Yeah, because Spellbook says that Watermelon made it. I made a little barricade. It's not exactly the greatest barricade in the world. Spellbook tries to compliment it. Billboard goes like, what the fuck are you on about? Then we end up having the toilet paper roll ends up using metal bars to make it. However, they happen to only have exactly the amount of metal bars that is required to make the establishment. Not one single more. So then when CDK ends up grabbing the metal bars, the metal cage ends up getting built, ends up collapsing. Which means that they don't have anything. Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Much for the stoppings, I guess. It's just, okay. But either way, we end up having the sawdust. Yup. And when Neptune ends up doing it, we end up having Ender Pearl continuing to doing it while Bean ends up talking a little bit. I want a friend back. The only person who signed me from BFG that's still alive is 8Ball, but he's not around here anymore. Never really got to say goodbye to any of my friends or anything. Guess I didn't expect them to really be gone forever like this. A lot of people seem to think I've got it together or something. I kind of don't. Then they end up reminding of the challenge, and they end up hosting the end of the challenge, only to be severely disappointed by the lack of existence of the other people's cages. So they end up remaining in the weird cage. Yeah, I mean, it's cool. It's definitely feels like, a little bit, not really an episode I can say too much about in terms of the Bean plot arc. It feels like a little bit more of a transitioning episode, right? In the way where it's like, okay, where Bean is starting to feel like he's not really in control of either the show, his emotions, his mental being. He's just not in control, right? Because one of those things, as a host, it does undeniably one seep into the other, right? And I think, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong, but I do think that this applies into a lot of things. If somebody is, if you're trying to host something, right, and you notice that it's just not in your control, it does affect you. It affects your state because you're trying to have it be in your control, and it's not. And in the same way, it's been a much more real setting here. Bean is suffering from this, right? It's like the show is not in your control, which is the one thing that you're really trying to do, which means that you don't seem in control of anything, so you're not in control of yourself or your powers, right? Bean's not in control of themselves because they're not in control of their powers. They're not in control of the show because they're not in control of their powers. And therefore, because they want to be in control of those two things and they're not, that means that they're not in control of their mental state as well. So they're just not in control, right? Which means that, this is what I mean, like something, and when you're not in control, shit can get bad. So like, it's dangerous. It's very dangerous to imagine right now, because like, what is gonna happen? I don't know, but like, it really feels like something's about to happen. But either way, we end up having CDK's blame Marker for stealing the metal rod, despite the fact that they didn't do anything. Some people believe it, some people don't, because it's like, hold on, Marker? Yeah, they end up kind of blaming the wrong person. It's like, Marker is so unbelievably not relevant in challenges. They just end up taking a walk 400 times that it's like, well, no, that's no it. Right, and on average, a lot of people don't tend to believe it. Until eventually, majority of the people end up voting from their heart. They end up pretty much all voting Neptune then on that team. And therefore, Neptune has been eliminated. They end up flying off. Personally, I don't mind this elimination. I understand why these characters are iconic. Right? I understand why these characters that say, like, these one-liners, why these constantly have the same voice, say these one-liners are interesting, right? Like, only one shall survive the famine, right? It's kind of like this random humor that I think can make for some pretty memorable lines. However, personally, I'm not like too big into them, so Neptune wasn't a character. I much prefer Marker. But so yeah, Marker eventually decides to then join forces with the detective duo, so I guess we're gonna need a new rendition of the detective song. So yeah, Marker has joined the forces, so that's pretty cool. We're now having the freaking but hey, one of the things that Chocolate Cake has as a detective is the capability of making poems. That's the real, if you're a detective, you gotta know how to make a cool ass looking poem. So freaking Marker has that on lot, dude. The freaking the trickster hides within the walls of their comfy home. The walls are flimsy, creaking with every step the trickster takes. Those who reside inside know they are watched. What the hell? And again, it's such a good transition into this post-credit. This credits music is goated. I'm telling you, this credits music is built different. But anyways, that's episode 4 of Bean Show. It's time for episode 5 of Bean Show. Episode 5 of Bean Show is entitled The Lollipop of Doom. Go. Okay, that is episode 5 of Bean Show. So, an intriguing little episode that showcases a couple of intriguing things. Yes, very, very good sentence there, me. And so we end up starting off with Buttercup and freaking Paper Towel Jr. Ending up stumbling upon Bean being extremely upset about whatever the hell happened to Ender Pearl. So Ender Pearl has apparently been also fungied to some degree, not to Bean's own actions, at least as far as we're aware. Because it's presumably that trip from the other time, so they end up being fungus, yeah, stuff is not good. It's really not. I mean, like, I'm looking at this episode, and it's like, no, it's over, right? Because you can tell, like, Bean is pissed in this episode, right? Like, they immediately are like pissed about Ender Pearl. They already, try to speed host the challenge by just making it a challenge. It's like, hold the basketball and then I'm going to go away, right? And then it's like, it's next episode, isn't it? Like, I don't know. It's got to be soon. It feels like it's time, I don't, like, Beans, there's no more stamina there, Like, the stamina is over for this fella. Because, like, it has to be. There's nothing to look forward to, Like, right now, there's nothing to look forward to. That, like, everything that you're doing is inherently dangerous, Like, being, just hosting the competition doesn't work because your contestants pressure you and force you into doing stuff since you don't have the powers to get out of it, right? Trying to eliminate contestants doesn't work because they die because the fucking room doesn't work, and then the room they made didn't work, and then everything else doesn't work either, and then like bringing people back doesn't work because they fucking trip over themselves and turn into fungus anyways, and then are zombies when they are alive. So none of that works. Bean has nothing works. And it's getting stronger. The fungus powers are getting stronger. You'll notice that, like, when you had that first elimination, the fungus, I mean, it was there, but it was only the fungi, right? And then, like, it started to blossom a lot, and this episode shows the progression because, both the first and last seed are of the fungi character, and you can tell that it's growing in the way where, like, when it happens to Ender Pearl, right, there's like a bit of like bush, flowing out. However, like now when it's happened to CD Case over at the end of this episode, it's really luscious, like it's getting more and more foliage is appearing. It's eating up more and more of the character. So the powers are growing, and in general, a lot is going on, right? A lot is going on, and it's just problems feel, like it's getting worse, like it's not improving, because it's not, whatever story this is, right? Whatever tale it's telling, it's not gonna be Bean learns how to use the powers. That's not the tale here, and that's very concerning, right? I feel like whatever story is being told here through for Bean, it's like Bean learning how to use the powers and then eventually becoming a competent. That's not the story. Whatever story is not that this is not the pathway that we're building ourselves into. So what is, right? What are we building ourselves into? I currently have no idea. I don't know. Part of me, again, are you ready for one of like eternal to batshit insane theories? That I might be wrong. I mean, yes, I'm definitely wrong. Like, one of the first things which I thought about the fungus is that maybe the powers have like anxiety as their power metric. Because think about it, all right? You end up having, right, being utilize the anxiety, right, that they end up building, throughout, and to eliminate people, right? So when they use it the first time, they don't know what's going to happen, so they are anxious. But at the end of the day, they had no idea, right? So it ends up sort of working itself out. And however, then as you notice as the show goes on, right, because of the eliminations, and especially in that episode 3 where you can really tell that Bean's super anxious, it makes what Beans does with the powers by being more anxious and less in control of your mental state. This means that when you're less in control of your mental state, you will be less in control of the thing that commands the powers, which is your mind, right? And it goes from even just the beginning, right, where it's like, for example, being anxious about a paddle ball, right, or like I have to generate 3 paddle, but that's an ambient. Okay, cool. Hello, yep. All right, let's go. Saving lives. Or even then, when you're anxious about like a paddle ball, right, and then you're like going 3 paddle balls, but then you're anxious about it, so you end up spawning way too many. That's an overpower, right? And then it goes here. Every action that it seems like Bean's taking with these powers, at least to me, it seems like they're getting stronger because Bean is getting more and more anxious performing them. And maybe, right, that scene where he was about to perform it with grace, right? With grace, with calmness. He was about to perform a cover with calmness. That would have actually worked. And then it doesn't, because of the last second spell that adds on a pile of anxiety to it, which means that's honestly, I am totally wrong. I know I'm so wrong, but like, I think that's what it is for me right now, at least. If you want to hear my theory as of right now about what is going on with these hosting powers, to be hosting powers, you have to be serene. You have to be in control of your mind. Bean is progressively getting less and less in control of their mind, which means that every action they take with the powers goes more and more rogue. That's the prediction. Anyways, because of all what happens in the episodes, it's just the characters, there's really not much to say about it. They're like, really, it's always a little bit complicated sometimes to talk within humor, because like, it's the same. It really is the same, which is perfectly fine, right? The jokes are funny in general. Stuff's fun, right? I really like Marker. I don't know. I like Marker a lot. I think it's rather fun. And the way that they're logically illogical, convincing the money man with a pattern. By the way, they don't say pattern, they say pattern, which I've never heard somebody say that. Pattern? Like, it's like there's an additional E there. I don't know, I've never heard it being pronounced like that. Is that how you're supposed to pronounce it? Because I've personally never heard it. Yeah, it characterizes a couple of characters. We end up having some interesting things. And in general, the gags are fun. All right, trust me. Okay, look, you don't need me to tell you every episode that the jokes in the episode were funny, because they are funny. Okay, it's written in the same way. The show is relatively actually consistent. So, yeah, Emily ends up being the first one eliminated in this episode. Yes, a double elimination, because Emily ends up being a kid after making the joke where they grab a hat and have a giant lollipop. But yeah, so we end up discovering that Emily is a child. So we end up calling up Bean and being like, yo, that's a child, by the way. And Bean goes like, yeah, fine, we're going to need to disqualify you. Emily ends up being okay, and then proceeds to jump around and leave. I guess reasonable, because of course they are a YouTube comment, and YouTube comments can be posted by children, so in a way them being a kid makes sense. However, at the same time, wouldn't freaking Paper Towel Jr. be a kid? So I mean, it's not necessarily, it's a bit complicated to really judge ages a lot, but yeah, they end up dipping away, and again, it's this quitting arrives. It's so interesting because it arrives at such odds with the seriousness of the show, right? Because like, you can tell the characters don't care that much, but again, the peer pressure really gets to Bean. Like, Bean could probably just say no to, for example, doing that fungus elimination on CD. Like, you could, because again, the characters don't care that much. You know, they're not that willing to do it. Like, they'll peer pressure, but like, you can just say, hey, look, a plane, and then in 90% of the cast will get fooled by that. You know, because like, it's just, the cast is dumb. The cast is dumb. I mean, this challenge about holding a basketball, literally nobody except Rock actually makes an effort to hold a basketball, for fuck's sake. Like, nobody gives a damn. It's and like, you can tell, because Emily just like, yeah, I quit. Like, okay, I'll quit. You know, so like, this show's not as important as the characters themselves makes it seem to be for the characters, right? So yeah, it just arrives at odds, and it, you know, it makes it interesting thing where like Bean trying to desperately keep anything in order while the contestants kind of just don't care, right? Like, again, I'm telling you, teleportation is the only thing that Bean needs, man. Like, if Bean could do teleportation, we would be good. Because the characters don't mind leaving. They don't mind, you know, like, they're not going to come back. Even the characters that left that were a little bit like, I'm going to, like even like CDK, who ended up, I think, leaving in this episode, right? Ends up being like, you'll never see the last of me. Right? Like, wait, hold on. Did you say that? Yeah, like, I'll be back. But like, even then, they were going to leave. Like, they were gonna leave, you know? Like, the characters agree to leave. Even Neptune, which you'd think might get upset, like, they agree. Like, they'll leave, you know? It's just that, it's like, teleport is all that you need to do, just in case, you know? It's just, that's the only thing you need. Teleport in the same place. Just do anything, you know? It's just all you need. Bean, please, I beg of you, learn teleportation. It's such good. Whatever, man. Please learn teleportation. You're not going to learn a lot of teleportation. You're about to go insane. Well, let's see if it's correct, any of what I said. Episode 6 is entitled, Vitamin C Saves the World. Go. Alright, that is episode 6 of Bean Show, and yep, told you it was about to happen. It was gonna go down. It's just, there was no way. After that, Bean was not gonna be, there was just no way Bean was recovering. There was just no way. It was gonna go officially worse, right? Because it's just, yeah, it's the unrecoverable situation. As I said, it really is. It's just, it's an unsavable situation. It's a situation for Bean that is dread and pain, and it's inevitable, and it's just failure. And there's nothing else that he can do. There's just no other way past it, you know? And it's just, there arrives a certain point in these types of situations, right? Where, like, when it feels like everything is going wrong, there is no way for it to get, you've tried to push through it, you've tried, right? In these types of situations where it feels like it's just over, right? You know, like there's no saving grace. There's arrives a certain point where even if you meant well originally, there's a certain point where you just give up. You really do. You just give up completely. You go like, yep, I cannot do it. I will just have to accept my fate and perform what I need to perform, right? And that's what happens with Bean here. Bean goes like, hey, look, there's nothing I can do to save these people. These people will be off their way. Eventually there's going to be somebody that will protest, and I'll have to eliminate them. The contestants want me to eliminate them brutally. They want to do that. So the contestants want me to. Everybody else wants me to. I'm unable to stop it. I don't have any control of my powers, and I just have to. Which means that I might as well resign to my fate and let it happen. Which means that for the first time, we get to see Bean do it. We get to see Bean fully, willingly go up to a contestant and go, hey, this is what I'm supposed to do, I guess. Off you go. Which means that, like, it's very interesting, and it's very good. It's very good. It's very nice. It's a very, very nice story, of course, to write. I don't mean it's nice like that Bean's having a terrible, has a deteriorating mental health state that has gotten so bad that it's unrecoverable. That's not good, but like it is good writing. It's good writing for an episode because like it's very well done. I like the hints that I was able to catch it. Even a couple episodes ago, that it was just slowly getting there, and now we're just purely into the misery territory, and it makes for interesting, and it puts it into perspective, I guess, right? That acceptance that you need to have, that you end up growing in a way when you have these powers, right? It's almost like you grow like an acceptance to it, right? Which like. It's interesting, but it does put into perspective a lot of what a super powerful host maybe had to go to. It puts into a perspective a possible story arc, right? In the same way like Grandma, how did we get to that point? How did we get to that point for characters in other shows that are extremely powerful, right? Like an algebra alien, like all these things, like just getting to that point of acceptance of murder and stuff. It's like. It's a really interesting process, right? And I feel like seeing a regular person gain host powers and being forced to do these like barbaric hosting things, right? That these ultra powerful hosts do to assert their power it's a great message, and it's all bundled up with the dumbest cast of contestants I've ever seen. They're so goofy. They really, like, you see, I'm telling you, this show has it planned out. This show has it thought through very well. Like, it really does. Because it doesn't make itself a serious show. Because it's got, like, it has the 50-50 balance, right? Like, Bean shows up on average for less of the episode, of course. But by being a host, he has 50% of the importance. So that makes it a perfect 50-50 split between the show being serious and the contestants, which are overall just goofy fun vibes. And even them, you'll notice they get corrupted, not necessarily corrupted, but like they notice the other side. Even them, how dumb they are. Like, it's the subtlest thing. It's the subtlest line. But like the best line in this episode is the confessional for clock to freaking potato. The way that they say they hope to not get eliminated, they're not saying they hope not to get eliminated for anything, for any reason at all. Like, they just say, I hope I don't get eliminated because I'm scared of what Bean will do today. They're scared of Bean, right? And you'll note it, like, the fear has started to prop itself up. It started to construct itself into these characters, which you have to remember, this is how an ultra powerful host ends up doing to their contestants in a BFB, even in a battle for Grandma. The contestants play along because they are scared of what will happen if they interact too much. Same thing goes for an animatic. Even in an animatic battle where the contestants are dumb, at the end of the day, we're trying to not talk to animatic as much as possible, because it's like we're scared of what happens if animatic has us in their sights. Same thing goes for that early BFB. If 4 has us in their sights, it's this problem, right? And like, in a way, like, because I've said that this is the type of thing that gets built. This is the dynamic that happens when you have a super powerful, deadly host that's insane with a cast of contestants. They end up being forced to play along and sort of trying to play around it because the host is so mega powerful. And it's really interesting to see a show pull a transition into that. Because that's what it's doing. It's really interesting. Because, like, instead of like, just having the two separate vibes, I've never seen a show connect them. I really haven't. No object I've seen connects it. Which, like, no show has a non-powerful host turn powerful. Which makes for this very intriguing, like, situation. Like, I'm really interested. I'm gonna be honest. This is great. Like, this is great stuff, dude. Like, just that transition, man, from a powerful host, and then the contestants play along, to then the contestants needing to play around a host that's unresponsive, like Bean is in this episode. Oh my god! Oh shit! It's so good. even when I started recording the session, I did not realize how much I actually liked it. Wow, that's so good, dude. Oh, let's go. Dude. Shout fire. I'm satisfied. I'm watching good media. Anyway, there's a couple of other things that we have to talk about. It. There's a bug recovery center. So we had having Marker get bit by a mosquito. They get malaria. They end up going over on an ambulance to the hospital where 8-Ball encounters them. Okay, something's going on with 8-Ball. I can't tell if this is I wonder. I can't tell if this is a long-running gag or not, because 8-Ball just shows up. Like, it's the second time where a character outside of show grounds just gets immediately encountered by 8-Ball. Because, like, you know, Emily in the last episode got encountered by 8-Ball, and this episode in the hospital, but 8-Ball does it. So 8-Ball is encountering the contestants, which they don't know, as far as I'm aware, either outside of show grounds for some reason. So I don't know. I'm liking possibilities here. If this was serious, maybe, you know, 8-Ball's like taking advantage, trying to get a message across, maybe, so that way, you know, if somebody ever comes back who can tell a message from 8-Ball, so maybe that, maybe, you know, 8-Ball's trying to sneak in, whatever, you know, trying to garner information, something like that, you know, maybe acting like a detective, who knows, something like that. There's a lot of interesting little possibilities with this aspect. So yeah, I'm curious. I'm intrigued, may I say? But yeah, challenge ended up being to get water. We end up having a bunch of people get water in various ways. There's a super van that is getting stolen from the toilet paper roll because of the family van. It looks a lot like the BFDI van because it's obviously just it's literally just the asset of the Free Smart super van. Like, of course, it's nearly exactly the same. They end up getting stuck there for 3 years because time does not work properly. All right, so that officially locks down the simple signification that time does not really function here, right? Because, like, for the first 2 episodes, we ended up having a relatively consistent time frame of challenges, a couple of hours, and then 10 minutes is the time between the challenges, right? However, it seems as if right now it's taking this, like, super inconsistent time frame to fully be like, hey, look, time doesn't really work. Just don't think about it. Don't think about time too much, right? So, all right, sounds good. Then we end up having some interesting things, and then we end up discovering the traumatic experience that Money had that when you say melatonin, it makes them snap their fingers and blink a lot. So they were at Rich Boy Academy. Now, Rich Boy Academy is apparently only an all-girls school, which Money was in, which, to be fair, right, while that is, like, a, of course, satirical thing, it's like, oh, these bros complaining about going to Rich Boy Academy, it is usually not a good experience to be the only person at an all-girls school, right? Because you just get immediately segregated, right? It's like, it's just, come on. So that is genuinely pretty bad. And they do seem to be genuinely making fun of them, even though, of course, they do have a jumper cable as a friend, but of course, like, what do they need to do with it? So, like, this is an actual story, you know? Like, I would say, because I was expecting this story to be stupid, but, like, to be fair, I would say, like, it's reasonable, you know? Don't like snapping. But yeah, someone pointed out in the comments that, like, sorry, like, why is that triggered by the word melatonin? That has nothing to do with melatonin. That has nothing to do with blinking. But yeah, it has something to do with finger snapping, so it looks good. Maybe it's like 3 different traumas in one. But we end up fetching those tears, and then we end up being safe. And then the other main thing that happens in this episode is the song. Yes, the second and only other song from Bean Show, which I have covered as part of the 28 song challenge is the H2O song. H2O, so that you know it's a beautiful molecule stored in the road. Surrounds our no. But yeah, it's an intriguing little song. I like it. I would say I still keep onto the same argument that I don't personally think that that these Bean Show songs really sound like the characters are singing them. Like, not really. Like, Rock doesn't sing like Rock doesn't talk like that. Rock doesn't do those notes. Like, what? So yeah, I would say that that's like the one thing that's missing from the Bean Show songs, right? Like, they're solid songs, and I really like how they have like an underlying vibe to them, you know, both like this and the Tactus song and everything. But like the way that they are mixed and the sounds that the characters are making, like it feels like it doesn't align. Yeah, the character would do it, which you can argue, oh yeah, it makes it sound nicer. Yes, however, at the same time, it does make it sound, of course, less like a part of the show, right? Which I'm not sure I'm too into it. So that's like just my one gripe with them. I feel like they don't really sound like the characters, you know? I wish they sounded a bit more like the characters, because in certain cases, it feels like it's not even trying. Like, I will be honest, I did for 1 second debate the possibility that what if they just recorded the H2O song and then randomly and then just gave it to characters. Like, you know, like we made the song with nobody in mind. But yeah, overall it is a good song though. Another way, do they even end up getting water? I don't even know if they end up getting water, but nobody ends up getting water, right? Because only one team's safe. Then eventually the other fellas come back with the time. They end up eating off a watermelon, who now only has one eye. Then we have the Stickman, who now has a beard and hair. They look pretty cool, I will admit. Yes, that looks pretty swagger. Okay, I see why everybody. It looks pretty swagger, but yeah, I mean, they will keep their designs, right? Because of course they can't, die and get recovered, because that's kind of the premise of the show. But interesting things are happening. Then we end up having everybody eventually vote off the potato. It was all that they really could do. But either way, we end up having the bean pull it off. We end up seeing the shot of it. It's a bit different to the other ones in a way. It doesn't feel it doesn't sprout as much. It just sprouts more direct than the other ones do. I will still 100% I want to believe still in my anxiety theory, because you know what, we'll be honest, if he's starting to accept his role, he's getting less anxious. He's getting less anxious. In a way, by just accepting that you are evil and that you have to do evil things, you are losing your anxiety about not knowing what to do, because to you start knowing what to do, and therefore you're gaining control of your mind. You're just turning evil. You're turning evil, but you're gaining control of your mind in an evil fashion, which means that you're getting less anxious, and therefore you're a bit more in control. I'm telling you, dude. Dude, I'm telling you. The fungi strength is an analogy for anxiety. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you. Alright. It's midnight, so unfortunately I won't need to leave these last episodes for the next day. I really hope they could do something. God damn it. By 2 episodes. Two. I'm very lucky. These days. I'm just great. It's so good. You can't watch Bean Show in one day because of this. Because 2 episodes. I guess, I don't know, the next day I might do those and then find the other season of 2 SOS or whatever. What 2 SOS? Fuck off. Episode 7, Never Trust Your Friends. See you tomorrow. Okay, that is episode 7 of Bean Show. Now, intriguing episode, of course. We end up having some developments, not many on the Bean side of the Bean plot arc, which is the main plot arc, ends up being relatively sidelined, I would say, for this episode. We end up just continuing to have Bean enter a little bit more of an acceptance stage of the actions, right? You can tell from this elimination where while the fella is not, like, they're just not bothering, right? Like, they're not trying to do anything correctly anymore, right? You're just like, fine, the character's gonna die, I guess, fuck off, right? So, like, you end up just being totally gone with the chance, like, whatever, just fucking made cheeseburger, go, right? Like, there's nothing there, right? There is no soul, there is nothing left, at least, and the rise up from there, it can't work right now. It needs a light, you know, like, currently, Bean is just in the dark, you know, like, we're just in the dark, and it needs a light. What is the light? How does Bean even, like, you know, what could save him? What could save Bean? There's nothing that could save Bean. Bean isn't gonna try to revive anybody, I think, again. So that's not happening. These contestants are powerless to stop it. The only ones that the ones that quit are the only ones that are alive. So, like, is it 8-ball? Is it 8-ball? There's only 8-ball's the only person who can. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Could 8-ball be a light? What do you think? What do we think? Could 8-ball be the guy that could possibly save it? I mean, 8-ball seems to have taken an intrigue into interacting with the contestants out of show grounds. You know, like, we've seen 8-ball interact with Emily. We've seen 8-ball interact with Marker. So maybe 8-ball might interact with Telephone. Now the Telephone's off of showgrounds. Something like that. I mean, like, it's the only person from Battle for Grandma that's here that could possibly talk to Bean and know what Bean was like. And they have the Grandma powers, maybe. So do they still have those? I mean, I don't know. So with that, it's the only person that I can imagine, because, like, the comeback from this situation is impossible, right? It's not, like, there's nothing left to it, you know? Like, it's just over. So the only situation which I could ever see right now that would get Bean to bounce back is that their powers are not going to do anything. They might, you know, be a bit more confident in their powers, right? Which means that, as I'm saying with this weird ass analogy, like, it might mean that they gain more control of them, right? However, in general, I don't. I don't know. I think that 8-ball is the only way right now that I can imagine. If 8-ball actually decides to go on and have a confrontation, I mean, it might not work, but it's the only character that might be able to bring in a light, right? To bring in understanding. Because the contestants don't. And 8-ball was chill. 8-ball was chill. 8-ball understood social cues. And, you know, 8-ball understands things at a deeper level than the characters in this show do. Nobody in this cast has any type of capability to help. Spellbook might. I mean, I don't know. The thing about Spellbook is that it's fucking Spellbook, right? So, like, something's extremely fishy with them all the time, right? Like, we don't know what's going on with them. Do you? But yeah, alright. Anyways, what actually happens in this episode? We end up having some things. We end up having Stickman and Spellbook sort of collide. They're both playing nice guy personas. I don't know when Stickman invented it. I swear Stickman did not have it. Stickman for the first 3 episodes didn't do anything, and now Stickman's just done doing the Spellbook thing. I mean, it's intriguing to see them two, like, clash in the sense where they're pretty much the same archetype, right? Of, like, character that's actually rather mean, ends up trying to hide their niceness, right? To different degrees of success. And it's like, it seems like Spellbook is just so rooted in that, where they manage to hide it very well, while a character like Stickman is just trying to pretend so that they don't, you know, hit the chopper. That is Bean, getting eliminated by Bean. So, like, yeah, no, the situation's complicated. But yeah, Spellbook almost gets out of this episode. There really needs to be some type of focus, because while for the first batch of episodes, right, it was very much so a full divide, right? It was a full division of the vibes, right? They were completely off. The Bean was having their own darker arc, and then the contestants were having their own, fun shenanigans. And at the end of the day, characters are still having fun shenanigans, right? However, it seems as if the episodes are ongoing, these need to start to blend. The contestants start to realize what's going on with Bean. It becomes harder to ignore, right? And as it becomes harder to ignore, somebody has to fucking do something. I don't know who it is. However, I will admit that keeping Spellbook is one of the few characters which are too powerful. Is one of the few characters that arrive with power, that arrives with capability. They did something to Bean, actively, which means that something is up, something is happening, right? So somebody, the capability of needing to get on Spellbook's good side to try to actually see, if we can help Bean control power or any of that stuff. Right, it's important, right? And even though Spellbook might not be useful, I think keeping Spellbook around is a very good idea. At least at the very minimum, to try, to have that possibility. Because, it's one of the few contestants which actively has been seen with some semblance of capability, right? And God, the Sick Man keeps the design. It's cool. No, it's just cool. Telephone ends up dipping off. Not exactly sure why. And then some characters are doing a bunch of things. Various things are getting stolen from them. It ends up being from a character that doesn't even show up for the entirety of the episode, which is Vitamin C. By the way, did Marker get eliminated? I understand that you went to the hospital, but aren't you out of it? I think Marker got eliminated, dude. For that reason. I didn't even know. I didn't even realize that happened. So all right then. Okay, cool. I mean, all right. This is a bit weird, but. Yeah, we end up having some interesting things. We end up having Money Man, yet again, decide to get on Whiskey's good side by eventually convincing them that actually, treasure cake? What? That chocolate cake only wanted... No, wait, yeah, the chocolate cake only really wanted them as as a sidekick, and that, we're gonna treat you so well, and all that stuff. And Whiskey ends up agreeing. By the way, I'm just gonna address it one time, because I've actually mentioned it 0 times. Yes, Money Man and Banana give each other shipping material. You can tell they have some smiles. It was mainly during the musical numbers, which is why I didn't mention it. For the 2 musical numbers, you could see them smile at each other. However, and here as well, a Money Man, and then Banana smiles, right? So these two, that's a thing. That's a thing that's happening. I'm a bit distracted by the show that's happening currently to really look too into it. But yeah, this is an interesting dynamic, and I enjoy it. I think it's nice. They're the most proper duo that's happening in this show, But yeah, Balloon ends up forming the burger. Balloon ends up having a pretty fun episode, and then eventually gets eliminated by everybody else. Just thinking that they're kind of weird, right? Which again, the balloon elimination does definitely start to, for example, take it off the realization that the game is entering the middle stage, right? The game is at its middle stage, because Balloon's elimination is directly as a result of people going why are you so joyous, right? It arrives as the contestants themselves start to become more serious, right? Either serious in the game or serious in the surrounding context, but in general, in the same way that in the first 2 episodes, Balloon fits right in perfectly, right, as the complete fun vibes, right, as everybody's here just having fun. As the episodes pass, you can tell the vibes start to grow off, right? The contestants start to grow bonds and hates and strategies, and you know, some don't like each other, some start to like each other, right, and everything. And as differently joyous characters start to get eliminated one by one, right, and so like doing that while also some of the more insane characters like Neptune and stuff are getting eliminated, it means that the vibe of the show is that, yeah, even the character side of it, well, of course every single character in the actual cast is stupid as fuck, meaning that it's always gonna be fun at heart. It's like at the end of the day gonna really start to, you know, turn itself a bit more serious heading into the middle game, right? Because we've eliminated the batshit insane characters. The characters that are just happy all the time are getting voted because they're happy all the time, including Spellbook, by the way, right? Like, it starts to become an off vibe rather than the regular vibe that it was in the first 2 episodes, and you can tell, right? So that's kind of what's going on. Balloon eventually, of course, gets popped by the fella, which is intriguing. Watermelon, who only has half of their body, pretty much can't see anymore. It's not looking good. It's not looking good. But for Watermelon, again, you can probably, yeah, the telephone burned at the stake. But like in general, it's complicated. It is complicated. Oh yeah, whiskey saves the burger. I completely forgot about that. I put on the sprinkles. So then they're safe while doing that. Bilber continues to be in the regular stuff. They're probably going next. But yeah, eventually Bean ends up having them for the elimination. I like how this song baits. I like how this episode baits the existence of another song like 3 times. Oh, let's sing a song. Oh, no, you don't gotta sing a song every time. But yeah, we end up having Balloon get eliminated. Not having a vitamin C, apparently steal everything. Why? Nobody really knows. Telephone ends up saying that things are getting worse from here. Yes, that's correct. Yep. Good assessment, Telephone. That is ding, 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 correct. 1 million points at the quiz show. But yeah, overall, this episode is intriguing. Not much going on with Bean in this episode. However, I do think that it's a pretty important episode that I think sets off as like, this is the most serious I have seen the contestants, right? Like, even if they're being serious at each other or whatever, right? In general, you can tell that they're just not as joyous. The most joyous ones are gone, and the average vibe, they are starting to build resentment. They're starting to build resentment. They're building fear towards the host. They're just, in general, doing various things. And this implies a complication. So, yeah, I would say a Bean Show after this episode, I would say has entered the middle game phase, right? A middle game being, you know, kind of like, all right, we've had our introductions. Things are starting to form. Arcs are starting to happen. Let's see where they develop, right? Like, you know, we've had ourselves the initial sprout. Now it just has to turn into a tree, right? We need to see what branches it'll take. All right, what is this analogy I'm making? Nobody knows, but yes, you know. So yeah, what's the post-credit scene? I'll check my something to me. I don't feel right. I mean, I don't know. You might be like old, I guess. Playing the game. The dollar man is oblivious to the downfall of his actions. You should be a detective. A birthday cake would hire you immediately. Birthday cake would hire you immediately. You wrote a cool sounding sentence. Birthday cake, get on this. Undermine the talent. This is generational talent right here. Birthday cake, you gotta get him on. Detectives 2 featuring Rock. Let's go. You saw how Rock sang the H2O song. It was high level. It was high level stuff, dude. But yeah, all right. Interesting little episode. Now they're entering the middle game. I'll be interested to see how the middle game starts to flourish in episode 8, which is also the latest and is also the longest. Host the most. Go. Okay, so that is episode 8 and the latest episode of Bean Show. I mean, it's pretty old, but yes, it is the latest episode of Bean Show, and it is a big, important, big episode. So, you know what? I would say nothing quite screams entering the middle game phase of the game like a new intro and a new outro. Yes, because we end up having a, renovated intro that, I will be honest, okay, so the intro looks nicer, however, I do think that the song ends up more repetitive in this new intro, which is interesting. I don't know if the track really feels like a step up. The outro is a slowdown version of the track from the first 7 episodes, which I think is a very suitable continuation. It manages to keep that type of weirdly joyous feeling track. However, now that it's slowed down, it's got itself a little bit of a more, sinister, like, tides are shifting vibe to it. And yeah, no, the tides are absolutely shifting with the show. You can tell. This show has probably the biggest clash of humor and seriousness that I've seen in a while, right? Like, it just really tries to do it, because, like, at the end of the day, this is the most comedic episode in a long time. However, at the same time, it's not the contestants doing, right? Like, it's a bit of a different situation. The contestants are honestly kind of freaking everybody out, right? Like, there's something's up. Something's going on, and it's not exactly good. Let's talk about the main plot arc, which is, of course, the Bean plot arc. So, Bean is, in this episode, very interesting. So, they're sleeping. They fall asleep in the Vitamin C lounge, the VIP room, and we don't exactly know what is going on with that. However, the interesting thing is that they wake up, and they don't remember the elimination of Balloon. They don't remember the elimination of Balloon. They believe that Balloon flied off. So there seems to be some degree of change, of something's happened, of course, because there is not a memory. There is not a memory there. However, there is a memory of other eliminations, of the fungi eliminations, because we're saying we got better at that, meaning that there's prior memory of it. So we didn't just think that every character got eliminated. There's knowledge of the character that you did let walk away. It's just that you believe that Balloon was one of them, despite the fact that it wasn't. So what the hell's going on? No clue. What the hell is going on? No idea. That is just that type of thing that doesn't make sense. Currently it doesn't make sense. You need to, it is definitely because of a reason that we do not have any knowledge of right now, right? It's just kind of like, thing that's weird, cannot even begin to theorize it. It's just like, okay, all right, then, sure, thing that's happened, I guess, right? It's like, okay, it's intriguing. However, not getting better at that, I'm still fully honestly on board with my, like, weird ass theory that I said a couple episodes ago. I believe fully that the way that Bean's powers work are entirely reliant on whatever anxiety that Bean ends up having at that specific given time. Because it just makes sense. I don't know. Like, it gives me that vibe, right? Because it's like, all right, look, we've got here Bean, not knowing what he's doing. He's not confident, so he just tries to do it, and it ends up really, really bad. However, as he gets more confident, he manages to do it. But the problem is he's gaining confidence in the wrong category. He's not trying to eliminate somebody safely anymore. He is now getting confident in the reverse direction, all right? He's getting confident in, like, okay, fine, I have to snap to murder them. I'll do this, I guess, right? So they do it, and now they do it more confidently, which means that, however, it happens less, because they're just doing the thing which they thought they knew how to do, right? Right? Which means that, like, it's happening less and less, and maybe this is a system. Maybe you can save it like this, because, like, if... Yeah, dude, that would be really interesting. Now, I don't know, I'm liking this random ass analogy I'm making, because it's like, imagine this, okay? Alright, Bean gets less and less anxious and just gets more and more into the role, right? And then eventually, as he's fully 100% accepted, that this is what I have to do. And then the character snaps away. After that moment of reaching 100% confidence and like, fine, that is when the elimination is going to work. That is when he's going to be able to teleport somebody away with the finger snap and not have them perish into fungi. That is how you do it. I'm telling you, dude. I'm telling you, this is not where this show's going at all. But it'd be so... I'm delusional. Delusion dropped. It'd be cool. But yeah, I'm still a believer in that theory that I made up. I think it makes sense. But yeah, Bean's doing something. They end up being part of Stickman's dream in this episode, which is interesting. This dream is weird. Whiskey's like was talking alongside Bean. Something's up. Stickman's kind of like interesting. Like, things are going on in that team that cannot exactly be described in due time. Because, dude, what in the world, man? Like, that team's suspect, dude. That team is suspicious. And then, by the way, there's that post-credit scene in this episode, right, of Bean, of Stickman going over to Bean. I'm very surprised at that. But yeah, going over to Bean and being like, hey, you need somebody to talk to. Me too. And then for once, Bean actually is surprised, because for once Bean has, dare I say, experienced respect from the cast, because again, the cast is slowly twisting, right? It's starting to happen. It's starting to happen. The worlds are starting to blend together, right? Where, like, even though, this show it's in a way, the best part about it is the intriguing clash of seriousness and fun that ends up forming around it. The characters, they are slowly turning to the other side. They're slowly starting, they need to start understanding. And a character like Sayman is starting to happen, I think. It's something's going on that aspect ratio. But either way, something's up with this team, okay? Because here's the thing. We end up having, for the second time, this team teleport time. Because remember, in the way 3 years passed with them being stranded, and they got back in like 2 hours, right? And same thing happens here with their host, which is the challenge, by the way. We'll talk about that in a minute. But like, after doing that, okay, we end up having like a proper situation where yet again they teleport 3 months after Beer's completed rehab, and like, it's a sweet moment. Like, it's cool. I like it. It's fun to see Beer, get better and stuff. But like, in general, it's weird, right? Because this team does not have a concept of time. Time does not function in this, which means that something's off about them. Spellbook is the obvious immediate reason that you might, attribute. Spellbook's weird. Spellbook is way too joyous. Spellbook is, something's happening with Spellbook, right? Like, there's not everything is as it seems with Spellbook. It doesn't make sense. And of course, the fact that this team just seems to think that time is optional implies that something's up, right, with this team. So Spellbook, especially after this, I think that Spellbook is evil. I'm not gonna lie. Like, you could, again, I think it's the reasonable presumption that Spellbook is not correct, but Spellbook is evil. There's gotta be something's up. Right? Even though I said that it's good to keep Spellbook in the game, because Spellbook is one of the few people that can directly affect Bean, meaning that, like, they can, in a way, change the powers that Bean might have, right? Like, it's the only character in this show that has a capability to do that. It's the only character that can maybe do that, right? Which means that, like, in general, I think that it's a useful character to keep around. However, they're evil. They're so evil. I'm telling you, they're pausing time. I'm telling you, they're unleashing a time passing spell. Something's up, because like the other teams will do it, and the other characters don't realize it. It's just that team has time. That team has time skipping capabilities, right? It's like, I don't no. No. Something's going on here. Yeah, it's, man, I don't know. That team is something. But of course, Beer ends up being pretty humorous. Alongside the challenge, which ends up being to create a host, to find a host, and have them host a challenge in front of the judges, which toilet paper roll ends up realizing, ends up fetching out from the eliminated contestants. My favorite moment in the episode is probably the moment of the magic hand and seeing the person in the other planet being like, "Wow, can't believe you saw that." that was a really nice moment. That was a cute moment. But like, because like out of like the non-eventful writings, I think that one felt really good. But like in general. Yeah, toilet paper roll, by the way, in this episode, just, like, locks the fuck in. He, like, the guy just goes like, alright, I'm gonna have a brain today. You know, in a way, yeah, you know, that's how characters go, day by day. You know, every episode there's a different character that feels like they decide to have a brain. But, like, you know, yeah, they really do. Like, you can tell. Because they're very aware in this episode, right? Because they're the character that's like, looking out. They're like looking out for the host. They're trying to figure out how to solve it, right? They're figuring out the best situation while at the same time paying attention to the social cues that are happening around him. Meaning that, like, because he's paying attention to the social cues that are happening around him, he actually realizes the very clear-cut thing that's happening with Money Man and Whiskey, right? Which means that, you know, he's managing to realize it. Because, again, there's one character that does it. It's not that hard to do, but it's just no other character dares to look beyond the 2 meters to the left, right? Which means that, like, there's nothing. No character realized anything, but Toilet Paper Roll today, for some reason, they had a good night. They slept more hours than the rest of them. The spellbook cast the spell, okay? The spellbook cast the spell. Toilet Paper, were you gonna sleep 2 more hours in 2 minutes? I don't know. Like, something's going on. It's like the guy locked the fuck in. I'm telling you, something's going on here. Something's up. All right. So that's intriguing. But yeah, we're now having the challenge, which is the host. We're now having this flower host from the grower host packet. This seems to be a very functional packet, to be fair. It grows a host. That's a pretty good host, to be honest. I mean, okay, well, now I'm asking, why didn't they just do that? Why didn't they do that in Bean Show episode? Why just grow a host then? Like, what? This when I did not know this was an option in the lineup. You know, why do we need to get Bean? Like, it's come on now. Let's click on. That's unfortunate. This flower ends up overall hosting a pretty nice challenge, you know, the join challenge, which ends up having their team win. It's a nice one. Rock's inner thoughts. It's yeah. Yup, no idea what that means. This is supposed to mean something that is very debatable. What could that mean? I don't know. I don't think it's supposed to mean anything. Right? I mean, it could. But, like, I don't, not that I realize, okay? I don't have a necessary realization about what it might mean. It's the only way to give this person my thoughts. Then we're only getting a 10 out of 10. But yeah, the host ends up doing alright. It's okay. It's okay. The host does well. Of course, it ends up being another one that based Bean. It's unfortunate for Bean. You can tell that Bean woke up in this episode, like, with trauma blocked out. I don't really know what happened, but like in general. I'm realizing I'm saying that the last few days, but like, look, in general, Bean seemed a bit more content to like maybe give it another go, but there was just the immediate realization. You know, Glasses was just like, yep, nope. You thought that, you know, maybe today we were gonna be okay. Nope, murder. Murder. Nope, gone. No more. And yeah, it's not great. It's not great. It's Glasses ends up being quite bad. Like, it was quite a shambles. It would have happened anyways because this cast, you know, remains the same dumb cast that it was. However, like, the fact that it was so immediate didn't even be an attempt to, you know, understand, right? It would have been tough. You know, like, you could have specified that it was a challenge without making them upset. It's just you fucking murder a host in front of your eyes before the challenge and just you know, like, bro. But yeah, then we have Controlly, the second host. Challenge is to get to the islands and to find Remoti, which is the friend. Overall, this team is so unbelievably disjointed that even the host can't deal with it. So yeah, that's a bit unfortunate. And then we have Beer. Beer. Okay, I think that it's nice. I actually did enjoy this character. I like the utilization of BFB aesthetic into teapot aesthetic to properly, I guess represent it and spellbook find it. No, I really don't trust spellbook. So you just go into the city. Like, that's where telephone was. Nah, nah. This guy or girl, what spell? I don't know. Spellbook, you're not okay. There's something, because you can just go places. You have teleportation, probably, don't you? Like, some of it, nah. This is a problem character. This is a problem character. This character is not. It's not having it. They know way more. They know more than they're letting on. They know where telephone was. They totally know where telephone was. Like, and I'm thinking, how do they not know where telephone was? They so know where telephone was. Nobody gets on Spellbook's good side, right? Like, because Spellbook tries to always be on someone's good side, but there's nobody that's like trying. Like, I feel like, because what would happen if Spellbook? I don't know, man. Like, the Spellbook experience real attachment. What is Spellbook, man? Something, nah. I'm like, I'm thinking about it. It's like, no, something's totally up. Spellbook is about to make shit go rogue. Like, shit is about to go majorly down. Like, it's not gonna be good. If Spellbook gets eliminated, we're fucked. Like, just straight up. This is a battle for the ages. That's about to happen. Like, it's nah. I don't know. But anyways, I did really enjoy the challenge because it felt like a very nice way to still keep the extensive humor of the series while still possessing the general heading into the more serious vibe, right? Because like it's treading a fine line, right? Where like it wants to be a show that's kind of about this growth, and then the characters sort of grow into understanding Bean in the same way that Bean grows into the hosting role. However, like, it has to do that in a way while keeping its iconicness, which is this capability of being dark and fun. However, if the contestants start to turn towards Bean, then this means that, of course, the average episode gets darker, right? So you need to sort of figure out, okay, how do we still keep the fun? Because at the end of the day, yes, the lore is important and the thing's important. However, a lot of the people, they're here for fun, right? Because the jokes are fun, and it's a nice addition. It's a nice blend. It's the contrast that has made Bean Show really interesting historically. So turning away from it feels scary, right? Which means that you have to find out a way to do that. And I think this episode is a very nice way to do that because it keeps on to making a really funny episode at the end of the day with the new characters, right? But that's because of the new characters, right? Because like the current characters, I don't know if they can deliver the same level of fun as they once could because of their general understanding of the situation just increasing, right? So something's going on, right? In this aspect. And then there's the final thing. Birthday Cake ends up getting eliminated, and after successfully getting gaslit by Money Man and the other fella. The thing is that people disagree. Like, there are... Yeah, because the problem that happens is that people do tend to disagree on what was going on with Whiskey and Chocolate Cake, right? However, they were unsure about who, right? There was not a coordination on who to get out, right? They was unsure if it was Moneyman's fault or it was Whiskey's fault. Like, did Whiskey turn to Moneyman being the problem, right? Let go of the friend, or is Moneyman for trying to, get the Whiskey on their side the one of the problem, right? So then disagreeing and tying, and that means that Chocolate Cake does actually get out anyways, right? There's a lack of shared voting procedure, right? Because I feel like the people that vote Whiskey will be down to vote Moneyman, and people that vote Moneyman will be down to vote Whiskey. However, they didn't coordinate, right? So it ends up just being a major issue. But anyways, we end up having their elimination, and then end up being a Chalk, and then Whiskey being like, oh, I always felt like I was your sidekick, and then Chalk. By the way, you're called Birthday Cake. I keep saying Chocolate Cake. It's a birthday chocolate cake, okay? It's a birthday chocolate cake. You know what I mean, okay? You get it, all right? So, yeah, And I haven't been like, no, I see, I was like, actually inspired by you because you're interesting and you're funny and stuff. And like, you know, I had to try to hold up an act. So I'm actually motivated by you. But then, yeah, unfortunately, it didn't do that. And Whiskey proceeded to lash out on Moneyman, being like, your actions have consequences. And yeah, Moneyman's kind of gotta go soon. I don't know if Moneyman can survive another elimination. It depends, of course, because the way that the eliminations work has two team up for Elam, right? So it needs to be the right coordination with two teams, right? Because the Whiskey can kind of get with toilet paper roll, but like there's a lot of power to that. However, in general, it's a little bit complicated. Of course, Whiskey also does have Hades from the Stickman side of things, because of that Stickman dream that happens to have Whiskey in it. Now, of course, that might be onto something, because, like, again, it's weird. They live in the future. They have experienced physically more time. You know, like, I don't know. Is Stickman looking into the future here because they are in it with Whiskey? I don't know. It doesn't make sense. Is the dream the future? It could be. Like, I don't know. Like, maybe in the Bean Show episode 18, yeah, I feel like Bean would be at that point of the dream. Like, yeah, I feel about right. Like, what if Stickman's in a final two with Whiskey? Like, I don't know. Like, something's complicated. Yeah, I don't really know, dude. It's complicated. And then having the post-credit scene. Bean gets very surprised by this. I don't know if this conversation is going to work. I think it's a bit of a loose-end hope, to be honest, because, like, it's just Bean is not lucky, you know? Like, you can tell. By the way that this show's written, it is not written to give Bean anything. Bean receives no hope, no faith, no nothing, right? Which means that this conversation, sure, it'll be fine, but then fucking Vitamin C will be here and be like, no, then I spell will be like, oops, need him, and then I get some away, right? So, like, it's not gonna work. I don't trust, you know, like, this show has made it repeated time and time again that, Bean does not get good things. Bean does not get to do good things. So it's just the inevitable fail that's incoming. And yeah, it's rough. It's a rough situation. It's a rough situation. The memory's lost because of who knows what. It's like it's all problems. And I still don't trust Spellbook. Dude. But yeah, that's kind of my summary of it. Who could save it? I absolutely think 8-Ball would be the main one. If 8-Ball, because 8-Ball's arrived as a joke, but 8-Ball really needs to have a conversation with Bean. It would be extremely important. It would be extremely good for Bean to have, like, some type of understanding to maybe, because, like, 8-Ball's the only person with other powers, right? Because, like, well, that's the debate, right? Because it's like Grandma leaves at the beginning of Bean Show 1. Does 8-Ball still have the rights to the prize, right? Because, like, for example, Bean Show still have the capability to go, like, Grandma, host the show? You know, like, can 8-Ball clutch up in the situation with the prize, or has the prize left, right? That's kind of the question. I don't know. However, either way, I still do believe that 8-Ball actually get into the show and talk to Bean would be a very useful way to get Bean to somehow survive. Right, to, like, get through it. Because the contestants could talk to it, but at the end of the day, they don't know. Stickman doesn't know. Stickman's pretending to be nice the entire time. Like, I don't know. Like, he's actually nice sometimes, and then sometimes he's not. You know, like, something's up. Right, with this guy, like, as well. Okay, so, like, even despite that, I don't know. Like, I wouldn't trust it. So, yeah, that 8-Ball feels like a very interesting idea. I still do think that Bean's problems could be solved entirely by the learning of teleportation. I absolutely believe it. Teleportation is the one ability you need to be able to fully host a competition. That's all you need. That is all you need. The snap people turn into fun. Don't need that. You really don't. You don't need to snap people away. You don't need to create rooms. You just need teleportation to send someone away, bring somebody here, and just have that. You just need that. Please, Bean. Think about it. Consider it. Teleportation. It's big stuff. Grandma could teleport. The hose powers arrive with teleporting. And yeah. And that's Bean's show. That is Bean's show. It's very nice. It's very nice. I really like the slow burn that is doing. It does a slow burn that really feels well thought out, you know? Like, it's one of the few shows where, like, I'm really looking at it and I'm like, this show, like, more than majority of shows, like, this show absolutely knows what it's doing, right? Like, you can just tell. The way that it slow burns, it gives you confidence, right? Because you can tell these first episodes, Bean slowly rises up to the madness, right? And the characters, you know, they are going for fun, and they're slowly getting down, right? Like they're starting to get a little bit more into the Bean vibe, right? Like Bean is getting, you know, Bean is descending further, and the characters are needing to, you know, are after this becomes unrecognizable, start to do it, and it's such a slow burn, right? It's such a slow realization. It happens from elimination to elimination, from scene to scene, right? From moment to moment, and it's all. Then sometimes it's all said in these like tiny lines, right? Like with the time potato, saying that they were scared, right? Like it's all you really need. It's done subtly, it's done very slowly, and it's done very thoughtfully, right? Which makes watching the show a very nice experience because it hits you with, at the end of the day, majority just fun, right? It's just supposed to be fun. It has fun gags, and every episode, you know, tries to keep that as the main plot line, while at the same time, by leaving you with the fun, right? The characters are fun, so they do fun stuff with the challenges, right? And in general, they're funny, right? So it leaves you with that from episode to episode, while at the same time building the slow burn. Because you can't just have the slow burn, you need something alongside it, and this show has figured out how to do something alongside it, while at the same time, right, allowing the slow burn to take effect because of this foundational of humor, right? At the same time, utilizing these two elements to also create an extremely interesting contrast between the fact that the slow burn plot is super dark, and at the end of the day, you know, the fun remains fun, right? So it creates an extremely interesting contrast between them that makes an episode a really interesting watch, because it's not benevolent to one vibe, right? Which is something that, you know, has always been a little bit of a struggle for some of the big shows, you know, like even, you know, stuff like BFDI and Teapot, you know, they're always criticized a bit for being like a one or the other, right? BFDI is criticized for being fun, for being just like random bullshit happens, and then Teapot's criticized for being angst, as some people might say, right? So like in general, I disagree with both of those, by the way, but I disagree with both of those, but it's a criticism, okay? So like, because of that combination, seeing, you know, because of like some of the show that the shows have had, right, the way that they've zoned in on one, it's really intriguing to see a show that performs both sides at once, and to see how that's like, right, and the fact that it does work, right, and it's interesting. It is very interesting, and it's good. It's good stuff, man. Like it's a nice thing. The characters are nice. The characters are solid. The characters are easily just iconic because of the way that they're funny, right? While all at the same time building narratives. It's just a very well executed show. And you know what? Yeah, good job. Good job, man. Good job. All right. That's when I talk about Bean Show. However, there's still another thing for today, because I didn't know when the fuck I was supposed to watch this, because it's not in the you need to know playlist, so I guess I don't need to know it, but I will still watch it. 5 Second Object Show Season 4 has released in the middle of Bean Show about a year ago. Episode 1, Bean Show, is still happening. Can confirm. Go. You know what? I'm starting to grow quite fond of these episode ones. I think that, you know, like I'm starting, you know, I'm growing into them. I'm like, okay, yeah, these little introductory little thingies, yeah. I see it. I get it. So we have ourselves a new cast of characters where Grandma, for some reason, is bored and decides to make a 5-second object show created by Grandma. And then you say the created by Grandma is silent, which is a great little gag. No idea when this takes place in the timeline. It's in a different place. It's, of course, in the burned down lands below, rather than in the regular location. So I'm not sure exactly what's going on there. But yeah, we end up having a cast of characters which are new or not. There's a couple which are new. We have a Rody, which seems very, wanting to learn about the world, seems pretty enthusiastic. Lemony, very dumb, but survives. Then we have VHS, very dumb, but dies. Pop-Up, who's back for more. I like Pop-Up. Pop-Up is just a cool character. Broken Disc, who's back on his own now. To I don't know, be dark. I think that's the idea, right? Then we have Powerline, who's not a contestant, however, is apparently a what even are you? You're like a detective. You're like from what were you? Hold on. You're part of the National Competition Committee to make sure you're not breaking any guidelines. Mate, go check on B. There are some guideline breaking things up there. Why are you down here? Also, of course, this is the power line, right? Isn't this the character that bullies a freaking money? No, money. Yeah, that bullies Money Man at the freaking. I was thinking of BFG. That bullies Money Man at the freaking school. Is that not what happens? But yes, they're apparently titled. We get to discover that the grandma's real name is Applestein, so that's interesting to know. And then we have some other characters which are also new. Including Hershey, who is old, back in my day, not a real character that has ever existed, because usually that's been taken up by the host, so it's interesting to see a character. And then Planey, whose gag is that it's really, really tall. Apparently they're at work most of the time, presumably they're at work being a plane. So that's like fair, I guess. But they decided to hop on. I really like the idea of just having an absolutely enormous character there. Yeah, I will be honest, if there's one thing that has always been very strong, I do think that these 5 SOS casts are very strong. I do enjoy them quite a bit. The challenge is to find their nose, okay? Lemony ends up finding their nose, because, yes, I guess. Then the VHS ends up trying to figure out, I've got a nose, you've got a nose, and then they don't know where the nose is. Look, here's the deal. This is like groundbreaking territory, because it's like, look, a character having no idea where a nose is the most 5 SOS thing I've ever seen. Right? Like, every character in Bean Show probably would not be able to tell you. However, it's very rare for a character to just be incredibly dumb and then actually get eliminated for this. That is shocking. That is surprising that the other characters had a degree of understanding, But yeah, apparently Hershey's used to have an epic nose, and then apparently they don't anymore, because I don't know, they were a biker character on an accident and it ripped the thing open. But yeah, at least the chocolate's pretty intact. So yeah, I went having the pop-up playing this trick on VHS by having them click to find the nose for some reason, and then they find the nose. I don't know why that needed a click, but I guess it's a pop-up, right? The pop-up can only, but is that how pop-up works? Like, the pop-up can only act out if somebody clicks on it, I guess, right? They can offer to do something, but they can only ever act if somebody clicks on it, right? So maybe, that'd be interesting. Yeah, VHS ends up getting eliminated. Unfortunate. Episode 2. Y is for YehsreH. Go. Okay, that is episode 2. Powerline disintegrating people. It was not on my bingo card. Okay, bro. What is the regulations? I must ask. I need to beware. Powerline over at the competition committee, right? The competition committee. I'm gonna need some knowledge, okay, about what the default show is supposed to be. Cause what is it? Cause that is a great question. In a way, I would love to see a show that's the default show, right? Because every object show ever made is just the host evading rules and doing things outside the norm for the universe, right? I'm curious, what the hell is an object show in the object show universe that is exactly the norm for an object show? What is it? Tell me, what is it? I need to know this knowledge. But anyways, the plane ends up getting eliminated, unfortunately, after they couldn't touch the nose because their arms are just too small to actually reach it, which is very unfortunate. I mean, they could have tried to like boop the ground or something, kind of like how they did in episode 1 as the gag, right, to point at the nose. But yeah, they apparently have a dark, dramatic past too. Wonder what. Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate because Penny was cool, you know. But, you know, they say the nice character never win. And in 5SOS, you know what they always say, the character that wins 5SOS is always the least interesting. So, we'll be going into episode 3 now to see if that remains true another day. Episode 3, the greatest worst color. Go. Okay, that is episode 3, and I'm telling you, a nice character will never win 5SOS because the challenges are constructed against them by the evil mob. Anyways, Lemony happens to have a match somehow. They have everything and also nothing. They're like that character. And they end up lighting up a fire, which is a broken disc, which I really, really hate the fact that they're not called broken record. There's that. It's just, it's such an easy gag. Come on. But that ends up, that pop-up ended doing it. Pop-up is cool. I like pop-up. I think that they're fun. There's not much to say about it. You know, for as much as Eternal for second out here, you know, arrives here trying to explain things and stuff. I don't have a reason really why I like Pop. It's just Pop is fun, you know. Like I like it. It's a glitchy voice, unique. It's cool design. You know, it's complicated, but like it's interesting, right? It's creative. It's unique. You have to find a workaround for every challenge. Like it's cool, you know. Yeah, it turns out that the character ends up really struggling with this is Rowdy, because Rowdy, whatever. Because you love every color so much, you couldn't say one, and you know lying is illegal and stuff. So yeah, they give it an attempt. But it's just a bit difficult. I love the line from Hershey. I believe in you. And then Reddit fails to say, I'm never believing in anyone ever again. Okay, that's fun. That's fun. And I also I think as far as 5SOS episodes, this might be the one with the greatest like gag count because they really do feel like Bean Show quality jokes, but however sprinkled in a very fast amount of time frame. Because like a freaking lamppost or whatever, and they're coming over. No, you're not called lamppost. Whatever, I've already forgotten their names. And they're coming into Broken Disc and be like, well, you should take care about winning because you know you currently have a charge for arson and it would really help with the court case. It's like, yeah, the orange bad. So fair enough. They have been talked to the ways of life. But yeah, I'm seeing, you know what? I'm seeing why Money Man got bullied. Money Man would not survive 3 seconds with this character. Money Man would not survive 3 seconds with this character. So I see why they bullied them in school and stuff. You know, that feels about right. That feels correct. All right. Episode 4, Loss of a Loved One. Go. Alright, the topic of this episode is that a guy, a human guy, I guess, arrived called Daleson, and Daleson happened to be dead. They decided that one time, because they were like, I'm gonna have a heart attack after being called Lemonie's best friend, so that's why Lemonie never will have a friend again. And Daleson proceeds to die, and everybody gets very sad because Daleson was very important to their lives in a different way each time. It's interesting. Each person has a different perspective on who the fuck Daleson even was. Grandma thinks that Daleson was Fruit Ninja, so that's interesting. You know, Fruit Ninja, the best character that will never come back, unfortunately. So, yeah, we end up having Powerline try to call 911. 911 doesn't feel like it. They try to use a defibrillator, which, interestingly, Pop-Up is just able to get, you know, Bean, get this guy on your show. You need him immediately. Get co-host. Get Pop-Up immediately. Yo, this is a speed. Bean. This is not taken at the same time as Beach. I don't know it. But, yeah, Powerline ends up trying to save it with the defibrillator. It doesn't work. So then the challenge ends up being, to attend the funeral, and they do that, and it ends up they end up saying their words. They were silly, they were bright, courageous, they were an entrepreneur. He was 90% big sale, whatever that means, but I think that means good, right? Because 90%, like usually when you see 90% big sale, that's like a good thing, right? You want the 90% big sale. So since we wanted 90% big sale, then that means that it's good that it was a 90% big sale. But yeah, I mean, I will be honest that yet again, the guys in this episode are solid, and I do think that the average joke in this season is just better, like it's fun. Like they're starting to be a bit more like direct, which I think with the speed of the show is a bit necessary, right? Whereas the other 5 SOSs, maybe the jokes weren't as clear, but like just having the line like "he was my comfort character," like it's goofy, it's very funny. And yeah, maybe it's the mood of the day. That is also possible, but I do personally have enjoyed this quite a bit. I'm not exactly sure what the image in the background is for the sad place that Hershey's at. No idea. That looks like a book type character. I genuinely could not recognize. Like a teacup. No idea. But yeah, we end up having them not attend the funeral because they were at their sad place, and therefore they get eliminated. So yep, rip to Daleson, and we can now jump ourselves into episode 5, which is entitled "Why Did the Chicken?" So true. Go. Okay, I'm a fan if the next episode starts in 3, 2, 1, that just gets spoken at the end. But I mean, yeah, on a playlist, that's true. I paused it, of course I can talk about it, but that would be true in like a compilation. Do they make compilations? Are there 5 SOS compilations? I don't know. But either way, we have an interesting little moment. We end up apparently debating Lemony for some reason. Wait a minute, hold on. Is Powerline talking to Pop-Up saying that Lemony is useless? Or is Powerline talking to Lemony saying that Pop-Up is useless? Because I think that Powerline has a bad rapport with both sides of the discussion here. So I'm not really sure which one is the havoc maker here. But either way, the challenge is to cross the road. Why did the chicken? So then everybody crosses the road. Pop-Up spawns in a million pop-ups and makes it to the other side. We have an interesting shot of like a sleepy one over there at the end when they've made it. And then Powerline and Broken Dish just make it. Lemony ends up tripping a lot. I'm surprised that they don't get hit by a car. That felt like it was the easiest joke. I'm actually happy. I'm actually satisfied. They did not do the unbelievably obvious gag of Lemony slowly walks towards the road and a car drives by. It would have been so easy, and we restrained ourselves. We didn't do the obvious joke, and we did originality. Okay, originality just dropped in our object show. Originality just dropped in 5 SOS 4. This is what we like to call good things. Alright? So, yeah, Lemony will keep a big beaming smile. It's nice to know that when characters get eliminated, they're smiling while dying, I guess. And it's now time for episode 6, which is entitled The Legal Fee. Go! Alright, that is episode 6 of Sauce. Powerline makes up a good point. They really did not need to do much to actually survive. Because this season of 5 Second Object Show has a little bit, it's a bit different than the average, because it really does feel like the illogical contestants, they're not managing to make it, unlike the other seasons where, in general, the logical contestant managed to make it relatively far. In this one, they've just been demolished, like immediately. Any character, they're just gone. The only one that survives is Pop-Up, which is one of the few characters, other than I guess like Planey, right, who had a super direct like capability, right? Has abilities, has powers, right? So and at the same time isn't insane, right? So therefore has some semblance of idea. And then there's Powerline who just does it, you know, it's like, okay, fine, challenge, right? So that's interesting. And you know what, this makes a very strong final two. This makes a very, very strong final two. Who's going to win? I don't think that Powerline's going to win. I think Pop-Up's going to win. I'm going to be honest. I think that, yeah, I don't think we're allowing Grandma to get sued. However, it's intriguing, I must say the least. But yeah, Broken Disc cannot fly. Well, of course, Pop-Up can fly, and then Powerline calls into helicopter so that they're technically flying. So yeah, goodbye Broken Disc. Unfortunate, but yeah, very logical challenge. It's been the most logical season of 5 Second Object Show that I've seen. It really has been. All right, finale. No more breakfast today. Go. This is what I like to call epic pop-up gaming moments. Pop-Up might go down in history as one of the most clutch characters in Object Show media. I'm telling you, survived the wrath of Grandma trying to rig the game. Challenges to BLM. Pop-Up was like, well, I can do that. They pop up like the LeBron James of 5 Second Object Shows. Let's go. So out here Powerline being annoying, be like, well, you go into the cereal, then we got lemony, well, like, you go into the lime cereal. Let's go. This is a pop-up. This is celebration. This is the start of a dynasty. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying, but yeah, I do really like the fact that Powerline ends up entering the advertisement and then being stylized like the advertisement. That is extremely cool. That is just extremely cool. They end up drowning in cereal, but yeah, that is sick as hell. But yeah, that pop, not gonna lie. When I thought Lemony was gonna win, I was like, But then I saw Papa coming in with a crazy clutch tactic, and I was like, yes, this is my G. This is my G, dude. 5 Second Object Show winners are officially good. Let's go. Pop gimmick. But they were the strongest character, by the way. So I mean, like, again, it's a predictable win, I guess, right? Because, you know, they were one of the few characters with technical capabilities other than just being dumb. But like, yeah, it's so not. You know what? No, yeah, it's because it's a change of pace. You know, it's a change of pace to just see a character not be unbelievably dumb all the time, right? So even if it's just for like 1 minute, seeing Pop-Up actually do a smart tactic with the capabilities that they have, is like, oh my god, I could not believe it. A character in this universe is smart. It's impossible. It could never have been. It's insane. It's truly remarkable. But yeah, that's fun. Yeah, 5SOS is interesting. Alright, we're gonna do the outro now, and give our general consensus on you know, I guess the SacriStuff. Alright. The outro. Alright, and that will be all for today's episode. I mistimed how long I was supposed to talk about the 5SOS finale. I could have talked about it for longer. But yeah, that is the Bean Show universe, or the 5SOS universe. With Battle for Grandma, the 5SOS seasons, and then the current wrap on Bean Show. So that is intriguing very much. So I think that the Bean Show is very nice. I think Bean Show is very nice. It's excellently written. It really is. It's excellently written. It allows itself to have immense amounts of fun while also doing a slow burn storyline, and it's very good. It's very good, and I see why it has its status as one of the big dogs, because like it's not just people like it because it's fun and there's something happening, right? It really feels, it honestly is probably near the top for me at least, yeah, because like it's got such a powerful combination, you know, like it's got such a powerful combination, it doesn't shy away from it, and I think that's really good. Yeah, in the meantime, something like Battle for Grandma. Battle for Grandma was was kind of just, you know, it was setting in that vibe, right? I think it was just kind of a show with a generally fun vibe, and it was playing along with that. You know, it experimented a thing or two, but in general, you know, it was kind of setting in that vibe. Which, you know, can then be developed in something like Bean Show, which I think is very solid. And then the 5 SOS ones is just kind of things happening. Wasn't a big fan of Season 2, was a big fan of Season 3. This one felt a little bit different. At least I like how the 4 seasons of 5 SOS, they've all at least tried to achieve something a little bit different. The duos in Season 3 felt quite a bit different than the randomness in Season 2. Season 1 just felt like a little bit of a niche concept, right? And it was relatively standard, while this one was a little bit more on the more, like, proper performance, right? On the proper, like, doing challenges, right? So it did feel a bit different. So I like it. It feels like, at least, you know, surprisingly enough, it does feel like every 5-second object show season, it does feel like it has a reason to exist, right? It's not like in other situations where a lot of the time, right, you end up kind of having, when these like easy to make quote unquote seasons, we end up being like, oh, I want to make one, and then we end up making one like kind of like pointlessly, so it feels like exactly the same as the other one, and then it ends up being a little bit more annoying watch, right? So I think that it's relatively good to have this here as a little bit of a different situation. So I do enjoy them. I do enjoy them quite a bit, and I do think that it's very impressive. There, as far as I'm aware, Bean Show is the last of the SacriStuff projects. I don't think that there will apparently not be another one. So, well, you know, I guess that is intriguing to know. But whatever it is for that project, I do believe in it. I do believe in the Bean Show project a lot. I honestly think that it could probably be quite a good encapsulating project for a creator when you consider it. You just, you know, like how slow burn it is. It means that, like, really by the time we get to the final chapters of Bean Show, it's gonna be a big deal. You know, like, it's gonna be big. Like things are gonna be really interesting. Things are gonna be really interesting, and I trust it to be. So yeah, this stuff is looking on the up. It's absolutely looking on the up for Bean Show. I'm hyped for it. Whenever the hell the next episodes are, I'm hyped for it. And yeah, that is cool. All right, for the 5 SOS universe, we are currently all done. See you next time. Goodbye.